Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night. I hope you all are doing well and had a good week. Good evening, RW and Last Dance. And yes, there appears to have been a massive earthquake in the Caribbean Sea. So somebody keep an eye on it. I assume by now, if there was some kind of a tsunami, we would have some kind of a idea about that. So yeah, other than that, all kinds of wild, interesting things to go over tonight. Hopefully we get some returning folks here. I've got, okay, there we go. 4 just bumped up. Cool. Keep your tabs open on YouTube, guys. Always adds to the viewership, even if you just have it muted. Yeah, RW knows. And comment is already pinned in case we get any people who are lurking on a phone who want to jump on here. Can't see the description. So, yeah, I definitely want to talk a lot about what's going on with the government, with Department of Government Efficiency tonight. Some things that they've uncovered with U.S. aid. USAID, I guess is, or USAID. I'm not really sure, but I'll come out and say it. Some of the things that department did were not terrible. Some of the things they did were absolutely terrible. So I don't believe it was a complete waste of money, and I do hope there are some ways to make up some of the things that they're going to be getting rid of. But a lot of it I don't care for. So, but again, I don't think you can paint the whole entire agency as a POS. You know what I mean? I do believe that they did have some decent causes in there. Paka, how you doing, man? Thanks for being here so early. Right on. Welcome. Fighting off a little bit of a head cold tonight, but it's not that bad. Comes in waves, so I think we'll be fine. Hope the audio's all right. Yes, okay, yes. A joke. I get it. Yes. Interestingly, USAID actually did help distribute some anti-AIDS or HIV medication to patients around the world, a lot of poor patients, which may actually have helped to stop the spread of AIDS and condoms. But, like all of these things there's good side, bad side. We can get into it all tonight, I'm not going to be doing much of a monologue here. I'm actually feeling all kind of warm because of this last second I threw on the extra shirt here. I think I'll get this rolling right out of the gate if you guys are ready. All right, I'm going to get Last Dance on first and then RW shortly thereafter. How are you, my friend?
All right, doing well. Doing better than you, it sounds.
Yeah, it is what it is. I know there's people that are a lot sicker than I am right now.
Yeah.
So I can handle it. Yeah, cup of tea, shit like that, not good. And Kay Shull, how are you? Good to see you, man.
Kay Shull, all right.
Classic, great guy.
Yep.
Lover of music and good music. I think he's the one who got me into Ghost, who I really do enjoy. So what do you think about this whole thing with USAID?
Well, I think you said it. It's a mixed bag.
Okay.
But I certainly wouldn't object to just canning the whole thing and then reconstituting the valuable parts of it. See, a lot of these organizations are they're so corrupt from the inside out that it's almost impossible to reform them. You just have to burn them down to the ground and then rebuild.
Sure.
But yeah, no, it's a lot of bad shit went on in there, and that's going to be highlighted, and that's That's all well, and some useful stuff went on. Um, and I'd like to see, every last piece of bad stuff gotten rid of.
So what
I'd
do you
like,
do? Take the good stuff and combine it with like the State Department or something like that, or
well, I don't know what you do. There's more than one way to reform it. Um, I don't have any objections to the way it's being done right now. You know, I don't. Everybody who's against this goes screaming, at the top of their lungs that this is going to be a disaster.
mm.
I don't see any reason that's to believe that's true. And
Well, then by you saying that, then you're saying you think that the things that are beneficial to humanity, like possibly stopping or slowing the spread of AIDS, are going to, in a fairly tidy manner, be brought back. These individual things that are good. Like, do you think that's true? I think I'm questioning whether or not they're going to
I don't,
bring any of it back.
I don't know if it's true. And although you can argue and make a convincing argument that anti AIDS prevention efforts are good for humanity, but also good for the United States because we live in a connected world where nothing can be isolated in one part of the world without it coming back to affect us. You can argue that, and I'd have to kind of say you're probably right, but I don't know that I believe that helping people in Africa prevent AIDS is really that important of a use of taxpayer payer money.
How
Um,
about assisting in malaria and stopping the spread of that? Same.
Same. I mean, it feels good to help people. It feels good to prevent AIDS. You could argue it makes the world a better place, but this. I just think we need to stop spending money everywhere and anywhere, and wait till we get our own financial house in order, and then we can become generous again.
Mm, that's cold.
Well, I mean, part of it is anger. Why can't Africa take care of itself?
I mean, I've asked that question before on here. There's no real answer, at least without sounding, you know what, there's no
Yeah.
real answer. So I don't know, man.
I-
Yeah,
It's
I
part
want
of
to keep the Africa thing going in another sense. There's other diseases. There's a Marburg outbreak and an Ebola outbreak going on right now.
right.
Those don't have anything really to do with USAID, but they do have to do with the CDC, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly, how the which government agencies deal with foreign uh, communicable disease outbreaks like Marburg virus or Ebola.
But
Is it the CDC or
it appears that it is the CDC, and it appears that that's kind of on pause right now, which could be problematic if these diseases spread
Yeah,
here.
I guess. Look here. Part of me says let's invest small amounts of money to get hey smoke wife to get big returns worldwide. But the other part of me says people are going to die. It's a big world. Bad things happen. It's not our job to be on top of any or all of these things. If we help somebody, it should be because we're helping ourselves, and maybe that is the justification for um, helping prevent communicable disease spread in Africa. We certainly know where COVID started, and we know where it ended up. So you can make a case that diseases don't stay put; they migrate across the globe, and you know, so there's a pro to doing this, but part of me, I'm kind of weary and exhausted and tired of being the world's policeman, the world's doctor, the world's you know bureaucrat. Hey,
You made
RW.
a Hey, you made a mention earlier about getting our finances in order before we, start opening back up the wallet and giving stuff out to the rest of
Hmm.
the world. And I'm just going to read a blurb here. New York Judge Paul Engelmeyer just forbade all political appointees, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, from accessing Department of Treasury data, all based on Blue Anon conspiracy theories. I have never heard of Blue Anon before, but I thought it was interesting that a judge is able to put a freeze on data for the secretary. There's a whole movement right now of making things transparent and digging into the data and finding all the fraudulent activity, and they can put a hold on that data for the secretary.
I'm not. I'd have to see the order. It may not actually say that.
Links in the back for what I found so far, but that's just happened recently today. I don't know how you're going to pick all the stuff to talk to. There's so much happening. I guess whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
Right. That's a Charlie Kirk tweet, correct?
Charlie Kirk, yes. I don't know who that is. I
Yeah.
found him through Elon Musk responding to him.
I don't automatically believe Charlie Kirk tweets or Elon Musk tweets for that matter. I approach them with a healthy dose of skepticism about how accurate they are.
We'll be hearing more about it if it's an accurate statement.
Yeah.
Because that's huge.
Good evening.
Hey,
all.
Wilshy.
Hey, Based, how's it going?
Yeah, I was just wondering if some people can clear up something.
Oh,
They
sure
keep
we
on-
can. That's what we do here.
I keep on hearing from legacy media, they're pundits, mainly white, mainly female and black, that Elon wasn't elected, and then the Lucy wasn't elected, and JFK, and I fucking know that. Who was elected was Trump, and he appointed these people. I don't understand why legacy media keep on screaming about people not being elected. They're not elected. They never have been elected. Do you
What
get
is
my
the
drift?
question?
Well, the question is, why are they saying these people aren't even elected? And I'm thinking to myself,
I guess it's a good talking point, even though it's the same as it was before.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Elon Musk wasn't elected. He was, I guess, appointed.
Yeah, but every member of staff of Trump will be appointed. None of them
This
are
is
elected.
true. Yeah. Senators are elected, Congress people, whatever, but
I mean, it's just a talking point based. It's without any particular meaning. I mean, it's a contradiction. Elon Musk wasn't elected; he was appointed by the guy who was elected. But there is a question about how legal the Department of Government efficiency is.
Well, it's amazing how much attention has been brought to that as well. I mean, a department there to try and save taxpayers' money has been attacked from all angles. It's just quite ironic, really. I think the Democrats are missing it completely, really. I think the vast majority of America are like, fucking, what are you on about? But
yeah, I mean, the vast majority of people want to see an end to wanton spending in disregard of ridiculous spending. There's been some things over the years. This is a concept that's happened for 40 or 50 years in this country, spending on ridiculous things. There was actually a study done, funded by the government, to measure the length of the buttocks and upper thigh of stewardesses and flight attendants in the 1970s to determine how big of a seat that they needed. And
I would have loved that job.
there's a congressperson who brought this up back then and said, like, what the hell are we spending our money on? And it hasn't stopped. It's gotten worse, like transgender productions in Bulgaria. Not that I care that it's transgender, but how about just not funding any play in fucking Bulgaria
what's more concerned, Steve, as I'm hearing it, the USA is basically a CIA op, right? It's like
seems that way, partially.
Heavily into Operation Mockingbird. Basically, 166 is the number. I got my brain. I could be wrong. News organizations throughout the world has had money from USAID. Okay, and of course, it's about towing the line. It's about pushing the narrative. The BBC are publishing it. They even sponsor the BBC.
Oh, you mean with like the Politico
BBC
stuff? All the money that was going out of USAID?
Yeah, it's all going to like fucking like news organizations throughout the world to basically push the narrative, whatever the narrative is at that point. I mean, because if people are reading it, they say, "No, the Telegraph have got it. Look, the Telegraph are saying the same thing." So it sort of validates the narrative.
You shouldn't have to pay for BBC then, because we covered it for you, right, buddy?
8%. It's BBC Media Trust or something. 8%, whatever, however much that.
Caucus is 8 million to the BBC, which that would mean their operating budget's probably bigger than 100 million. It might not be 8%, but
it's not. It's not the BBC. It's the BBC. It's a part of the BBC. So it's not like BBC proper. It's like a trust. So it's 8% of that. I'm trying to work out the figure, and I can't work out the figure, but they're the second biggest donor for this sideline. But it's just like I said, the Politico had 8 million.
Yeah, Politico. I heard about that. It's just so random. Like,
well, it's not. When you think about it, Operation Mockingbird, that's exactly what they're doing. They're buying the narrative. They're buying the loudspeaker.
Wasn't USAID created in the Kennedy era for a foothold for the CIA to be closer to certain countries? Has anyone else heard anything about that?
No, I don't. It might be true, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. Well, if it has anything to do with propaganda, that owning outlets seems to be a good spend of money.
Well, of course, because you control it, don't you? You control what they say, basically.
A new little factoid just dropped today from WikiLeaks about
Assange or Snowden.
Assange. That's the Assange organization.
Yeah.
About USAID funding, sending like $500 million over some amount of time to an organization called Internews that nobody's ever heard of. That basically looks like a CIA / Democratic Party front organization that funneled money through all kinds of other places.
Where's their location? Do you know for that corporation? Is it an American corporation inside America?
I'm not exactly sure about its organization. There's more. WikiLeaks has more details about what it knows, but
they gave money to the Wuhan lab.
Is that a statement or a question?
No, they did in the mid-teens.
Is it possible that they're going to turn this thing all the way around back to the CIA, or is it going to just end with them defunding this? They're not going to let the public know how deep the veins of the CIA go when it comes to be like involvement with this, right? That would be against national security, I guess. Last Dance, what do you think about that?
I really don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of heat and noise at this point. Not enough clarity in my mind.
It seems to be that as long as it's talking about the last cabinet, it's okay to release information. Like this new cabinet is now new, and you're not breaching the security of the new administration. I don't know. It seems to have that vibe to me. We're throwing the past under the bus like it's not attached to the future.
I mean, to be honest with you, if I see Democrats outside government buildings screaming, and they got that black one who says attack Republicans wherever they eat and stuff, you know, that Maxine, whatever her name is, and is it Schumer?
Maxine Waters.
Yeah,
Chuck.
she was there.
Maxine
Chuck.
Schumer is not correct.
A composite person.
Yeah, and that Chuck Schumer guy,
Mhm.
when they're outside a government building going, wait, move, we won't move, and they're like they're like literally spurging out in front of you. You know you're going, you're mining the right places. You know you if they're upset, there's something that you're in the right places,
Yeah.
and they are very upset.
What are they specifically upset about? Are they upset that that people are going to lose their job? Because frankly, I don't want to see Americans lose their jobs, but I know that's part of it. Or are they upset that a lot of these DEI initiatives that are going worldwide are going to be stopped and not funded by us? Probably the latter. I don't think they give two shits
Yeah, it's
about
the
people
narrative.
losing their jobs.
Yeah.
That's the dirty part about it. I mean, I don't want to see that, but you gotta cut it.
They're being paid till September, though. Or they're all being paid till September. No.
I wonder. So
they resigned and then got paid till September.
But for anybody that doesn't resign and wants to hold on to their job that badly, I can totally see Trump allowing that person to stay at their job, because how many people are going to fight for their job like that?
Well, if their job is some DEI garbage, then the job's gone.
The job's gone.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
can transfer, I suppose.
I still want to see the DEI person that fights for their job at the end of this period of time. I'll be paying attention to that.
I seen a woman giving an interview saying, "Oh, we heard dudes was in the office. We all took our pride flags down and then took." I'm thinking to myself, "Well, you're fucking sacked, because if Big Balls gets hold of you, Big Balls, the 19-year-old kid that liberal media have had to say Big Balls multiple times this week, which is always hilarious. Yeah, she should be on the sack straight away. She's basically literally deceiving everything. She was saying, "Oh, we hid everything, put our flags down." And then what are you doing? I'm in pride flags in the government office in the first place.
Yeah.
Is that illegal? I don't know. I'm just literally asking.
No, I know, but I mean, she'd have all the red flags there. The douche boys would be on them, only the douche boys.
But I mean, Last Dance would have to speak to this more than me, but I even worked in the private sector, and you really weren't supposed to have religion or politics up in your office.
No, you're not supposed to have partisan politics in the federal government. Partisan politics. Other kinds of politics are okay.
Is a pride flag?
Totally okay.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a good idea, but
I would
okay.
say that's completely partisan. I would say the only flag that should be allowed would be a national flag.
Like
if you
Israel.
Want to play, if you well, no.
That's partisan.
If you want to play it correct, the flag that should be flown, basically allowed, is the American flag in America, and basically
it's going to be hard to get those, though, because we're shutting down shipments from China. So
there's a couple companies that make them in the U.S. that are good.
Good.
I've got to
The one
say,
they sell at the Home Depot is American made.
I've got an anti-English flag called the Owen Glendower battle flag, and it's only made in Wales, and it costs £25.
I'm sure that you don't just fly that willy-nilly.
No, I don't. But the normal Welsh flag I can get online costs me £3.99. So there's a big difference in price. But I do fly it, and a couple of English pick up on it.
You can either have price or you can have pride. Which one's it going to be?
That's it.
No, but you could fly pride flags. You can put pride flags up in your cubicle. You could put chess club flags. You could put, Celtic pride flags. You could put whatever kind of flags you want. You just have to leave partisan political stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, there are gay conservatives. It's not unheard of.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely.
of course there is. There's got to be. But the point is, you don't just like stick a big sticker on your forehead and walk around the office, do you? That's the question. But like maybe sporting teams you can support. But I think anything really anything that's not part of the nation, always, because pride is totally political and controversial. So
Yeah.
I'd say no to the rest.
Yeah.
I can get what you're saying, but I mean, that's not without a doubt. You can't just say someone has that flag, therefore they're shifted in this exact political view. I can hear what you're
Right.
saying, but it's not
I
without
don't
a doubt.
care. I don't care. I don't want it going on in my office. End of.
I mean, what I say to it is I personally don't care if they have it, but you're right in that they know that the people coming in are going to judge them for it. And similar to the interview you heard with that woman, I heard Trump saying, yeah, I had heard of this USAID, and then I had heard it was all a bunch of left-wing lunatics there. That's when I'm like, okay, don't shut it down just because you perceive them as liberal. I don't think that's necessarily right either. I think the right thing to do is shut it down because of a tremendous amount of waste, and let's just keep it at that. Anything else, in my opinion, is muddying the water a little bit, if that makes sense.
Trump being typical Trump, but in reality, the lists that are coming out, some of them are small amounts and some of them are like through the roof. But it doesn't matter if it's only a couple of percentage of GDP or a point of a GP. I don't really give a fuck. If that was me and I was American, I'd be pissed off. And the same in the UK, I'd be pissed off. I don't give a fuck. I don't want 100,000 going to.
I agree 100%. It doesn't matter. People will say this is not where the deficit is, and they might be right, but it's still terrible that these things are funded, and I don't care how little they are. Get rid of everything, all that crap.
Yeah. And I think what you might find that snowball effect will happen if they're allowed to attack a lot of these really wasteful government organizations, like they have in Argentina, by the way. La Fuena. I mean that he's turning Argentina around.
Yeah, I mean, they say 1% of the budget was going to USAID. I think the budget is around, I want to say $34 trillion, unless that's the debt, and I'm completely mistaken. But I think
44 is the debt.
Well, they're both in the same ballpark. So yeah, 1% of $34 trillion is a ton of money. It's in the hundreds of billions, somewhere around 330 billion, I believe.
Isn't the budget like 7 trillion and the debt is 34?
Yeah, that's 34.
I get the two confused all the time.
But you've got to remember that the difference between a million and a billion is 1,000 million. And the difference between a billion and a trillion, is it 1,000 billion?
Yes.
So when you think of it in those sort of numbers, 1,000 billion is a trillion. It's just unthinkable.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually a pretty cool website that they made. I'll put it in the background. It shows real time of everything that's happening on
ticking clock.
Yeah.
Redacted used to do that on their live show. They used to show the clicker going up. You know, Redacted.
I know what Redacted means, but I've never seen a website for that.
Yeah, YouTube channel, pretty good.
Oh, that's a good website. I'll put that.
It's quite pro-Russian. But it's good. Really is good thing.
27 trillion. You're right on the money there, Last Dance. So 1% is 70 billion. Is that right?
1% is 70 billion. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
I'd like that money.
Somehow I don't think USA gets 1% though. That sounds like too much.
Thanks. Yeah. 1% is what they said.
Okay.
What's the difference between official spending and actual spending? Why is there a different number?
I don't know.
What's happening,
Which is
Banksy?
higher?
Actual.
Okay. I don't really know.
There's way too much data for my head's just like bleeding right now with all the numbers on this page.
Wow.
So anyway, yeah, I'll check it out later.
Yeah. What's
I-
this
I-
Doge clock on there?
Hey,
I don't even
Banksy.
know.
Well,
Yeah, that's the
Doge
money
clock.
they're
Amazing,
sending.
everyone.
That's the per day per minute how much they quote unquote are saving by cutting out
Oh.
the program.
Oh, right. So I thought it was the national debt one.
Yeah,
Something-
this thing will give me a seizure if I watch it for more than like 30 seconds.
Yeah, they should make it flash every once in a while.
Right.
I said if dudes do 1 trillion savings, that'll be a success. And I reckon they're gonna find some huge fucking black
If
holes.
they can get into the treasury, yeah, that's what I'm paying attention to right now is the block on the treasury data.
But the Treasury has payments that it has to make, that Social Security tax refunds coming up right now. I mean,
I can appreciate that, but they should be able to see that. They
I
should at
thought
least
they
be
had
able
a
to
read-only access.
That's
couldn't-
for the Doge, but the literal secretary right now has a block on data.
Well, if that's true, I think it'll just be
I'll dig
appealed
now.
and
I
overturned.
don't see how it's.
What's happening, Banksy?
Good evening, guys. How's it going?
Good, how
It's
are
been
you,
a,
man?
it's been a minute. Everybody good?
Good, yeah.
Awesome.
I saw some of your live stuff, man. Pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah. Which one? The one at Saturday's Tommy isolation event, or just the speakers corner stuff?
There was one that was a march, and there was one that was a speaker's corner thing.
Yeah. There was a march actually this Saturday gone, last Saturday,
Yeah.
a week ago, and that was for Tommy Robinson's sort of
Banksy.
organization.
Banksy.
Yeah.
You know when you and the TERFs got together like a month or 6 weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
Now, have you made any shorts up?
Have I made it any shorter? No, I haven't.
No, have
clipped
you
it
made
yet.
any shorts up, like short videos or anything like that? So that
Of that
'cause-
of that
of that
encounter? No, I
interaction,
haven't
yeah.
actually. I haven't actually made any of that. Okay, I
Don't
can make
you
that
think that's the best content you've done in like
about a
in
year.
live? Yeah, I would say mostly more. Can you please hide them from your live stream? Your like 3-hour live stream and make some like 2-minute or 30-second
Yeah.
clips.
Yeah, I'm actually in the process. Actually, I it's just this weekend I've had a horrific cold, but I'm actually on the verge, in the process of cutting all the stuff from last Saturday's, and I'll do the turf stuff as well. I want to actually have a
Turf stuff,
better encounter with the turfs. I'm trying to catch them again.
I was just gonna say, can you go this time? Another, a new time. Find out it's once a month, isn't it? They go, and I want you
Yeah.
to go in harder. But you're saying like you're gonna go in like I want you to go in harder.
Yeah. I want to, but the thing is, the problem is, the next time they'll show up, it will probably be the 23rd. Unfortunately, I won't be in the country on that day. So I won't be available to go to that one unless they skip that and go. No, they'll definitely go on the 23rd. Unfortunately, yeah, I'll fly out on the
Okay,
21st.
but say it to them in another couple of weeks' time. You're gonna go in hard because I found it very amusing because you trapped them.
Oh yeah. No, I had the thing is, couple of weeks ago, not this weekend gone, the previous weekend behind us, but the one before that. I actually was there at the end of the month, but unfortunately it was raining so badly. This was the 26th. It was raining so badly and the weather was so awful that Kelly J. Keane didn't show up. I think she did for like really early in the day before I got there, and then she'd gone already because they didn't stay because it was just awful. The weather was just terrible. So I think that's what happened to that one. And then she flew to Brazil for last week. So she was in Brazil last weekend. I think she just uses these things as an excuse just to go to hot countries and crappy weather in Britain.
She was coming out of court today.
Today?
Yeah, she was coming out of
Oh,
court. It's in
okay.
the live stream. Actual coverage on a live stream about 9 this morning.
Oh, excellent. I had no idea she was in court today.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry,
yeah,
Jeff.
no. I haven't been able to get out in the streets today. I've been ill since Thursday.
Let's talk about Trump. Let's get back on subject.
Yeah, let's
What do
get
you
back.
think
Let's
about Trump
get
this
back.
week? What do you think about Trump this week?
At the moment, look, guys, I am worried in this sense when it comes to this Doge business. Anytime a president has seriously damaged, especially the CIA, someone in a grassy knoll had a rifle. All I can say is there's a dude with three names attached to him sitting by a window somewhere. So I am seriously worried for Trump because they already had a go and just missed his ear. Just hit his ear. But I'm not joking. Elon Musk himself said if Doge really takes effect, the antibodies will come out in force. And they will push back hard.
What's their annual budget? I mean, how many billion is it? There's so much billion.
For what? For the Treasury?
USAID. How much do they give out every year?
Oh, USAID is as I say, this is the tip of a very, very large iceberg. At the moment, I think they're fine. How many?
The fastest information is 72 billion. 2023.
That is a tiny fraction.
That's over $1 billion. That's over $1 billion a week they're giving us.
That's about 1% of our $7 trillion budget,
Right.
Yeah,
which is a crazy amount.
So you can imagine what people will do for that cash, innit?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. That is as I said, USAID. I think at the moment the powers that be will allow USAID to go, as long as they don't mess with the other things. I mean, you guys know your CIA and what the CIA does, and the kind of drug trafficking and other facilities the CIA has. The CIA has actually systematically worked their way out of having to rely on the U.S. budget to give them funds for a long time. They've found funds elsewhere, and they did that decades ago.
I don't know how true this is. I heard a statement saying that since the CIA has been in operation, they have taken out 80 democracies, basically. The vast majority were democracies.
Or people who were like benevolent dictators that were not going to play ball.
Yeah, if you don't play ball, then what they'll do, they'll give money to your oppositions to try and destabilize your current political situation and promote them and destabilize, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
that's great, isn't it?
The problem, I think, the worry, should I say, I have for Trump and possibly even Elon, he may have his head on the chopping block somewhere, is that these guys at the moment are just clipping, like you could say, like if you imagine an octopus, they're just clipping a couple of toes here and there, which isn't going to make a huge dent in the overall operations of the CIA and the powers that be. But if they start to seriously put some dent into the other aspects of these organizations, I'm telling you, you guys, I don't know. I'm sure you must know by now that there are agencies in Britain and in America that do not obey the laws of these nations. They are above these things. They are not subject to the laws of your nations. I mean, the MI6 operates in those capacities all the time. In fact, if you object as a Brit, they'll just tell you to shut up and they'll find a way to put you in jail.
I mean, rules for thee, but not for me. Yeah, certain organizations seem to run by them. At least that's what Hollywood tells me.
And I'm as I said, from what I understand, and from if you read, like the Confessions of an Economic Hitman and many other sort of these sources who are these are former CIA people. The CIA has worked its way to be removed from the grips of demand or begging for money from the United States Congress, and has tried to separate itself, try to have other forms of finances that doesn't rely on the American Congress and the American taxpayer a long time ago.
Is there any
that's why they can't pass an audit. Why do you think that? I guarantee you they will never pass an audit, even in this next 4 years with Trump in power. They will
Is there any
never
part
pass
of your
an
mind,
audit.
Banksy, that has thought that this is just theater?
This is the thing. This is what I wanted to say. I think Trump and Elon Musk and all these guys, they know where the deep state is, and they know how much the deep state could not only take them out, but they'll take your family out. You know, you think Trump is going to put Ivanka's life in danger? Is going to put Ivanka's children's lives in danger?
You're
Because
going with the
that's
mindset
where-
that they're not in the deep state. You're
Well,
you're stating this as their
yeah.
outcome.
I mean, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. Let's say they are not.
All right.
They are the John F. Kennedys of this situation, or they're the Lincolns of this situation, and they're going to do something above and honest and true versus them also being deeply involved. But even if they are truly honest, and they'll try to meddle with deeper stuff. Yeah, they're gonna send Ivanka's kid's ear in a mailbox to in a box to Trump. There's crazy things. These people are not above these things. This is why most people don't really mess with this stuff anymore. Most people don't turn over the apple carts, and they're not Jesus's anymore. They're not going to mess with these people because they will not just come for you; they'll come for your children's and your children's children. And I think you're right, RW. I think Trump is doing this to show, because these are the outer tentacles of the octopus. You can clip a few of them, and you'll be all right.
So let me jump in and just So in his first administration, I would suggest that he didn't maybe do what he wanted to do and didn't get the right people in, because he was trying to play the game. Say, for example, I'm just throwing it out there. So say this time, after what's happened to him, with the 2020 election, etc., and the way he's been persecuted straight after, ostracized. Do you think he just doesn't give a fuck anymore? And he has got like massive big balls, as they keep talking about. We go, just going down that narrative. If you get my drift, do you think that could be the case?
I don't think Trump is that. I don't think Trump is willing to put his family's lives, put his kid's neck on the chopping block for this stuff. I just don't think he's that courageous. I don't think anybody is.
I'll just register just for a moment that I believe this is all nonsense. Now you can continue.
Okay.
The thing is, you guys, I mean, I see other people saying, conspiracy hats and conspiracy hour. How much of it has to be proven to you for it to no longer be conspiracy? Iran-Contra affair, the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, scores of former CIA people and intelligence people coming out and telling you, Operation Mockingbird. How much of this stuff has to come out for you to finally go, I don't know. Maybe there are agencies in our government which are above our laws.
What are you not like sort of agreeing with there? Should we say last dance? I know we're throwing out, but I mean, do you believe that? Because you did agree with me that the US aid is basically CIA op.
I mean,
it seems to be. It seems to be. I think is what you said.
That is a nice summary and probably accurate as far as it goes. It's always more complicated than that.
And it is sorry, but it is not. It is known now that like 166 news organizations around the world are given aid from USAID, which would work under Operation Mockingbird again, wouldn't it? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what Operation Mockingbird is.
I'm sorry. I thought you knew. Okay, yeah. Operation Mockingbird was actually exposed decades ago. 60s? It was a CIA operation where they would place news journalist assets, CIA assets, within news organizations in order to control the narrative, and that has been in place for decades. And people think that doesn't happen
made
anymore.
illegal in the 70s.
That doesn't mean they stopped.
Now they just pay them in the background.
That's what I mean. It's like, it was made illegal also, that they must have packed it up, right? It was all gone. No, of course not. Of course not. They still operate in that fashion.
I mean, you say it like you know, But you know.
No, we do know.
No,
We
you
do know.
don't know.
Politico was
know.
literally exposed for taking money from USAID. Politico, a supposedly independent news outlet, which is supposed to raise its own funds, and it's not government funded, is government funded. Which one was the news? The Times? Which one was the other newspaper? The New York Times?
It was an offshoot from the BBC. It's called the BBC
Well, no,
Civil Trust.
the BBC as well. But what I mean is, in America, I'm talking about the American ones. It was
Well,
it was
the world.
Politico, and it was either the Washington Times or the New York Times, or one of the Times type.
Yeah, well, what are
It
the,
was
what are
NPR
the
as well.
details about that?
NPR as well.
Yeah, that's supposed to be independent. Isn't it?
What-
These
what
are- these are
what were the
supposedly
de-
independent-
What were the details, Banksy, about the political?
But I can
funding.
clarify. I have a comment on this
I'm
issue.
talking. Be quiet.
Okay.
What were the details, Banksy, about?
Okay, it was
political
found
funding?
that, for example, Politico, I think in the Politico case, Politico has some kind of a subscription service, some premium subscription service. They are $10,000 per subscription, and the USAID had something like 7 or 8 of those subscriptions.
Right.
And they were considering it to be vital news information, so they must pay that kind of premium.
I can clarify that.
I'll go on.
All right. That was like getting the Wall Street Journal delivered to all of your federal agencies that were responsible
I
for
think it's a waste of money.
calling out that information. And that's what was provided. And it's not uncommon. It's been going on for years. And also it was New York Times, PBS, BBC. It was everybody. And you know what? I used
They
to
were
be a
all at
journalist.
it.
I used
They
to be a
were all
journalist.
at it.
I
They were all
used to be a
doing it.
journalist, and my job as a young fucking journalist at 4:00 in the morning was to hit all the newspaper stands and take all those newspapers and bring them in to the fucking studio so you could go through them and maybe get leads on other stories. And that's exactly what this is about.
It's a waste of money, but I don't see it as the CIA paying to place journalists.
It's being misrepresented as everything
Tim
is.
Tim Pool's
in this
just got
witch
he
hunt.
got a new exclusive membership. Tim Pool said he was put it up to £1,000. He said they caught me on idea. He said so. He's got his top
Tim Pool
membership.
is setting up $1,000 per subscription service.
They can speak to me in person.
Let me ask you this. So
No, I don't think
you're
it's a good use
saying
of money.
that the CIA is benefiting from the funding of USAID from sort of like direct funding, backdoor funding? Like, how is the money getting to the CIA? Or is the CIA controlling USAID and controlling
Yes.
where the budget is spent?
Yes.
It's not the CIA. It's USAID and the State Department. It's
Which
all
is
one country.
which is all infiltrated with CIA agents.
I mean, it's all one country. They all work from the same sheet. They all attend the same cabinet meetings where the same marching orders are given out to all the agencies. And it's not like they're competing against each other. They are, there's not like 3 or 4 or 5 different agendas going on at once, unless it's really a dysfunctional administration.
No,
We don't know
what
these
we
things.
have is an exposure of compliance and cooperation between various agencies and the federal government, and that's the way it's supposed to work. It's a fucking witch hunt. This whole thing is break up.
It's not a witch hunt.
It's nonsense.
It's good to expose these things and good to get rid of them. They don't help.
Yeah.
They certainly don't help U.S. national security. They destabilize the world. Which in turn leads to wars and more refugees. And then you get illegal immigration. It's
Yeah.
they're not
God.
good things. So
You're
it's time to
saying
get rid of
you're
them.
saying that the U.S. providing aid to desperate people
But then,
actually creates wars.
oh God.
I'm not talking about aid to desperate people. I'm talking about everything else that you're conveniently ignoring.
Well, but you said cut off aids.
Let's be
You said
specific
cut off.
then.
You said cut off funding to orphans, poor orphans in Africa that have AIDS. Last dance. It's exactly what you said.
But I didn't say that funding them causes wars.
But you did say cut them off.
Yes,
But-
and I explained why too.
It could cause wars.
But making the Gaza the Riviera using U.S. troops is acceptable.
No,
One of
I
the
think
worst
that's-
ideas
When is
I've
that
I think
ever
that's
heard.
insane.
Okay, I'm
Worst-
just interjecting that. Hey.
Well,
Dude,
yes,
that is
can
one
you
of the
stay on
worst
point?
ideas I have ever heard from any president's mouth. One of the worst, if not the worst.
Yeah.
Look,
How long
look,
did we spend to get our guys out of that region?
I know.
Fuck no. And I
I
got
know.
a Marine
Look,
who I love
no way.
very much. I don't want my Marine
I'll be-
going over there, bro.
I'll be
Hell.
perfectly honest. I think that when it comes to that kind of claim, this is Trump's
Yeah.
negotiating tactic. You know, they say if you want to land on the moon, aim for the sun. Because if you aim for the moon, you might just land back on Earth. But if you aim for the sun, you might just land on the moon. So this is the kind of thing. Yeah, this is negotiating positioning. He's not actually going to. There is no way there will be an almighty war between Hamas and any U.S. troops that land on Gaza. They would. America would be forced to flatten it even further than Israel did.
Yeah.
It will be horrific. It'll be a bloodbath, and it will be nothing
know.
but bad things for the United
And
States.
It illustrates the bombastic nonsense from our current president, and yet you lend him credence.
It illustrates how.
I'm talking. I'm talking to him.
And I'm
He lends
interrupting.
him credence, and you give him justification.
What it illustrates
Heard that.
is how incredibly corrupt and incompetent the previous administration was.
Oh
all
my
these-
God!
All these
Diversion.
disastrous
Diversion.
and
diversion.
idiotic programs. Not a diversion. It's directly
No, we're
addressing
not talking
what's
about
being
that.
cut.
Why do you
Yeah,
want to drive the
last
agenda, dude?
dance. Can you educate me there, mate? Exactly what?
All right,
what in that
you
region?
guys go ahead. Obviously, you have your own agenda. I'm not going to interfere. I'm a guest
No,
here.
no, no,
Thank
no.
you.
I'd like to
No,
know-
go ahead. I'm standing back.
Well, no, you
I
can
am
get
a witness.
involved. I just want to speak. You know how inept, like you said, the Democrat were and why.
Oh, I'm just talking about U.S. aid funding all these funding censorship efforts indirectly, funding news organizations.
Censorship
indirectly.
operations. Can you expand on that?
Yes, they funded all these the global and what's that group in Britain that ranks organizations by
Hate no hope.
a certain number.
No, it's an environmental. Is it? I forgot what it is now.
What
Is it to do with corporations have to meet these standards
And-
of environmental
All right,
diversity?
Let's cut to the chase.
ESG is what you're talking about.
ESG.
environmental-
Here's what's
Yeah.
going on in the state of Florida. We got a governor that has gutted these guys are open censorship.
Now you're changing the
Pam
subject.
Bond. No, I am. I'm introducing this so you understand what you're dealing with. Pam Bondi, the attorney general from the state of Florida, who allowed all this shit to happen in the state of Florida, is now fucking with Donald Trump. And you know what they're doing? They're calling out books. They're actually going to military bases, looking at their educational schools. You've been on a military base, right? They got schools, guys,
Yeah, I've been
personnel
on a
there.
military base. I worked
So one of
on
the
a
best
military base for
education you
30
get in the
years.
world is be on a military base and be a child for whatever. Anyway, they're going through their books now. Yeah, and now it's going to the federal level. We're going to start culling books. You know what's going on with these people? If that's not a sign, I can't tell you what is. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead, Base.
What'd you say, Smokesteve?
This new guy, I bad feeling.
Who do they say they are?
Me too. I have a bad feeling.
I've invited different people.
That's got to
Let's
be
have a look.
Crankle.
Let's have a look. Where?
See, you can't see, unfortunately.
What is
He's
the
in.
name of
He's
them?
in the green room.
What is the name?
Bring
Mr.
him up.
Thorne.
Bring him up. It'd be fun anyway.
Mr. Porn?
Thorne, Thorne.
Oh, doesn't ring a bell on my end.
It's like Mr. Big Balls or something, isn't it? Like that one of the Deutsch
And
guys.
I can
I'd
never
love
be
to have
sure.
him on the panel.
Let's be
I
clear.
got burned last time I let somebody on that was totally random.
You can let him on for a minute and see if Based recognizes him. So as long as
Beast won't recognize him.
Single out or something. I don't know. You can always single solo out and
it's up to
Yeah,
Smokesteve.
Just
I
put his
would-
voice. Just put his voice up if you know put anything up.
I don't think we can do that. That's the problem with
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
yeah. No, the only thing you can do is solo a single person, so that's the only person everyone can see, and then let him on the panel whilst soloing
That's not a
out
bad idea.
the other the person. Like solo yourself, Smoke. Let him on the
Yeah, we
panel.
wanna see your
It'll
face
switch,
reaction
but
when the dick comes out.
yeah, and then if he says something, then you'll be able to see what he's doing.
But yeah, he'll
and
still
then-
be on the side, but his screen will be much smaller, I guess, is what.
Well,
Yeah,
no. You
we'll
can
see
do
him.
a single
won't
image
see
of
it.
just you. You can do a solo of just you. So this is what other streamers do when they have worries about like porn
Like
bombers.
that.
There you go,
Do
like that.
that.
But when you put him on the panel, it'll switch back into this mode, but you have to switch back again quickly to
Yeah.
the solo, in order to cover his image.
It's up to Smokesteve.
Well, why don't you introduce yourself in the chat, Mr. Thorne? You haven't said one single word in the chat. It's right there on the
Thorne,
side.
Mr.
That-
Thorne.
That'll be Crankle. That will.
Yeah, I mean, he's come
Ask
on here
him,
now
are you
without
crankle?
saying one word in the chat,
Yeah, that's Crankle.
and now he said just a word in the private. So,
Oh, did he?
no, I got a bad feeling.
Hi.
Yeah, no way, man. Instinct, radar, alert.
Get on top. All right, top, we got the dog.
T
the dogs on the hunt, so-
215. Hi guys. He says, "Hey
Ah.
guys."
Tigre Hermano.
Tigre Hermano, what up? Did the fucking
Tsunami
tsunami happen or not? Is it a tsunami?
Checking
It's
it out.
RW
morning.
Tsunami Watch, let's go.
Checking it. All
I don't know
tsunami
if it
alerts
ever-
have been lifted except for Cuba, Honduras, and Cayman Islands. That was 44 minutes ago. So I'm not getting. Let me check breaking news.
Yeah, tsunamis travel fast, man. This thing would have already hit something, so I think we're clear.
Yeah, you're clear, mate. I've been checking it out.
Banksy, you look different. Do you know you normally come on with glasses or even sunglasses, right?
It's Krangle.
Yeah. I'm in a different computer, different environment. It's usually when I'm in my other green screen, I have a lot of bright lights, and
Okay.
this I can't really do it without sunglasses. It's weird when I take the sunglasses off. After a while, my eyes start to really hurt. Unfortunately, with the sunglasses on though, it's a little bit too dark sometimes. So I have to get these like decent, either polarized or kind of sunglasses that I can actually see the screen properly.
There's I don't know the source, but tsunami siren started sounding in Puerto Rico 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, scary. This thing's it might be the scariest ocean emergency of them all. I think probably
I
right.
still
Good earthquake.
watch the Japan tsunami videos. They're just so
Oh, those are incredible.
terrifying and amazing
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah.
You know what I noticed in some of those places in Japan? It almost looks like some of these parts of these little cities and towns are built below the level of the sea, and they have
They are.
these sea walls.
They got these
They are.
walls, yeah.
They are.
And then
They are.
the water
Swimming
pours
pools, man.
over, and it's going down like it's going into a bathtub. I mean, maybe go a little higher up the mountains, with the old buildings there, guys.
But it's more labor to walk up that hill, and build up there. So they'll just take the easy way out.
There's a whole bunch of land in the Netherlands is actually below the sea.
That's right.
And if those systems were to fail, it would be a catastrophe.
Oh yeah. I mean, Netherlands and now Dubai, they reclaimed a lot of land from the sea. Those islands, any slight disaster like weather change and stuff, those are gone. Those are so gone.
Oh.
And people are paying literally millions of dollars for flats and accommodations on those islands. And
Yeah.
it's the most dumbest investment ever.
One of them
Yeah.
shaped like a palm tree. It's huge.
Yeah, two of them. Two of them are palm trees. One of them is the world sort of pattern of the globe, the map. Yeah, and they're all. I mean, the thing is, what they've already discovered is those islands have caused problems elsewhere because the tide and the sea has now, when the waves used to roll into the beach, it's altered the way the waves operate now, and so other parts are eroding faster further down from those islands because of the fact that they've altered the way the water and the waves work. This is weird. Like, I was on a panel the other day and people were talking about, oh, if America takes over Greenland, they could terraform Greenland and make it all livable and habitable. I'm like, you guys don't know how the ecology of this, the ecosystem of this planet works.
I know.
If you terraform the north, the Greenland, you mess up the whole of the world. You drown people. Entire countries will disappear.
That's right.
What are you
Well,
thinking?
you're just thinking that's better real estate for the near future. So
No, but they don't realize our ecosystem is somewhat fragile. I mean, I'm not one of these globalists, Greta Thunberg types, but I do recognize there are certain things you don't mess around with. You don't get rid of Greenland. You don't get rid of the Antarctic. Those things are fundamental to the way things are right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. But there are things seriously going on. I happen to live right next to the Gulf Stream, which is
you got that governor, haven't you? You got that governor in Florida, and that Trump appointed.
DeSantis.
I actually live in an area where it's so close. It's like 12 miles off the coast, and this is a major source of warm water and high salinity.
The Gulf Stream is that close to the coast?
Yeah, right. It's 12 miles off, right where I am. So, and I've been in it too. And anyway, this is a conduit of high salinity water that goes north, and its purpose is to counteract the melting of the northern ice, which, when you mix the salinity with the fresh water from the melting ice, it creates a diving effect, because the salt is, you add the fresh water and it makes it dive, which makes it cruise around Greenland, and then actually warms up Great Britain and where you are, BW, because without the Gulf Stream, you guys would be an iceberg. But they have current research that's indicating that there's a failure of that northerly current, from my perspective anyway.
Yeah, who's the Attorney General of Florida?
It could have catastrophic consequences for you in particular. So I wanted to alert you to that. Thought it was important.
Yeah, the Attorney General of Florida. What's her name again?
Bondi, former. She's now working with Donnie.
She's based, isn't she? She's pretty based. I thought he was a woman hater, but he's put a lot of women in big positions, isn't he?
Notice they all have blonde hair.
Well, they're quite fit as well, like most Republican women.
Oh yeah, and, that's true.
Let's be
Democrats
honest.
are fat and ugly.
Let's be honest. Trump isn't putting a 5 or a 4 in any position of power or responsibility. You got to be a minimum of an 8.
Let me tell you something.
He should.
Here's what it is. Pam Bondi is a puppet. She will bow to the emperor. She will bow to the king. She is an attorney general of the United States government, and she has openly said that she will seek vendettas against FBI agents. She will seek vendettas about anybody who questioned past performances of the impeachments of Donald Trump and earlier administration, and that is obtuse. It is sacrilege. It is obscene.
There's a lot
and it exposes what we're up against. So I'm not going to say
a question
anymore
about that in particular. Do rank and file members of the FBI choose who they investigate? In other words, would a would Jake and Joe or Jolene choose to investigate a J6,
No.
guy, or would they be told by a superior to go do that?
I mean, they have a certain amount of discretion, but they're told by superiors what to do, and they communicate throughout the process with superiors.
So then, essentially, targeting these, whatever level of agent it is, I guess average FBI agent for investigating J6ers doesn't seem very fair if they didn't choose to investigate them in the first place. And given that you would never really know if they wanted to.
But Steve, hopefully
It depends on what was done. I mean, if you
It doesn't depend on shit. It fucking impugns the whole fucking system. FBI is a separate entity, and you're impugning fucking agents from doing their jobs. It's obscene.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, I know you can't deal with it, Last Dance, but
Well,
it's
no.
the truth.
What would be good if they can get hold of is the communications. So if they can get hold of the communications between, representatives of the FBI, then
Anyway,
I mean, they can get a hold of it. It's not like it's hard to get a hold of. It's all there in archived emails that they are obligated to archive. So
I do think there was some stuff there in J6 that warranted investigation, and I don't think that just investigating something is a cause for firing. We're not talking about lying. We're talking about literally just trying to get to the bottom of the story with something. That's what an investigation is.
Yeah,
but I think if they have even somebody in the FBI who is told to by a superior to do an illegal act, like investigate someone for partisan purposes, is obligated to not do it. Now, right. I definitely wouldn't start with the lower ranking agents. I would just
you're assuming partisan.
They just did the jump to partisan.
This is what it comes down to.
That's what the investigation
when they
about.
To Mar-a-Lago. Let's be clear on this. When they went to Mar-a-Lago, they fucking subpoenaed that shit. They asked them questions over and over and over again. They made demands. They didn't fucking produce. Those are legal fucking subpoenas. They didn't produce. They defied. They resisted. Donald Trump is a friggin' criminal. And you're justifying this shit. It kills me.
Should Biden also be investigated for? I mean, how is it Biden pardoned his own son for 10 years worth of pardons?
Okay.
10 years of action. I mean, if you honestly think that these guys are honest, Grande, I mean, sometimes I think for an older gentleman, you're very naive.
The old man has gone off to the farm, buddy. You guys are fucking so paranoid. You have to deflect. You have to go to Joe Biden. We're talking about Donald Trump. He's on stage right now.
Let me just say this, McGrandy. An FBI agent can't be fired for doing his duty, no matter, even if the president wants to fire him.
Yeah, you watch.
Well, okay. I'm not saying that they won't try it,
dude,
but I'm saying that there are protections that.
So you understand there is a risk here. They are destabilizing us. Can I give you guys one? Just give me 25 seconds. Just before World War II,
Nazis.
Joseph Stalin executed and imprisoned all of his top generals because he was paranoid that they were too powerful, and fucking Hitler attacked. And guess what? They came all the way to the steps of fucking Stalingrad. And you know why? You know why he won? He pulled one of those fuckers out of prison and made him the fucking top dog. And that's what's going on with this fucking lunatic.
It's not what's going on.
You don't understand fascism. You don't understand dictatorship.
It's not fascism, and
it's fucking insanity.
I'm really sick of these.
I'm going to leave you with that.
It's really getting.
For now,
the people that claim the moral high ground are constantly accusing people of fascism, of Nazism, as if they don't understand what those words mean at all. There's nothing
Well,
comparable.
I'm telling you, and I'm telling you, I understand what those words mean.
Well, then
And
you're not.
I can,
You throw it out
well,
all the
I
time.
can
You
tell
throw it
you,
out to anyone.
I can tell you, my characterization is accurate.
Your
You're insinuating that last stand.
I'm
Asking-
not
fighter is fascist.
insinuating. It's my
Yes, you are.
characterization.
You've done it
It's
a
my
minute ago.
opinion, and
You're
I'm telling you, I've
insinuating.
given
You
you
are
the evidence.
insinuating it.
I've
right?
given you the evidence,
And we all know
and
where
you
last stance
disregard
is.
it. You
Not only is
disregard
it
it because
inaccurate,
Anyone's fascist.
there is not a
You're
single
a-
aspect that is comparable. It's wrong in whole, and it's wrong in the minutia.
Are we allowed to say that our information is the truth? I didn't know we were allowed to do that.
Everything we know is the truth, even if it disagrees with each other.
Well, then I'm going to start talking more boldly.
you should. You should.
Good.
As long as
You know,
back it
you know,
up.
I used to object to the phrase people would use. Oh, it's my truth. You know, these Oprah types. Oh, it's my truth. I used to cringe at that all the time. But you know, I changed my mind about that. I discovered my own ignorance. You know, the moment when Obi-Wan said to Luke said to Obi-Wan, "You told me that my father had died," and he says, "Well, I was telling you the truth from a certain perspective."
You're right.
I apologize. I have a terrible cold. So what I discovered is that when people say my truth, I don't negate it outright in the sense that I have to explore to see what perspective are they looking at this thing. If they are looking at it from a perspective that is the only thing they see, then that is the truth to them. Because that's all they see. But if I can widen their perspective and I can show them other angles and show them the same thing from a different perspective, then their truth will have to alter because now they see that.
Let's see if we can build bridges, my granddad. Let's build some bridges, right?
That's a good father.
We found that USA has been giving money to quite unusual organizations and directing that money quite some unusual causes. A lot of transgender things going on, theatre groups, cinemas, dance things, in areas like Liechtenstein, Bosnia.
Oh my God, Liechtenstein! God help us.
Okay, yeah.
Liechtenstein.
Yeah, but we're talking.
Jawohl, mein Herr.
We're talking like over 100 countries around the world they've been giving aid to. Do you think that some of that's a waste?
Well, based.
Yeah.
I am going to say that I don't think Elon Musk is the person that has to make that judgment.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
You're asking me.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me if there is a possibility.
The question is,
I'm going to answer the question.
Some of it could be a waste.
So, is there a possibility that there is waste in a United States federal aid program? I would have to be an idiot to say I'm sure there is.
Okay.
If I denied that there was some waste.
Okay. So
somewhere.
let's qualify it down a bit more. Do you agree? Do you agree with it? Some of these. Do you think that they should be providing £100,000 to a Bosnian trans theatre group?
Yeah, I'd like to see them. They're Muslims, man, because that's pretty crazy shit. You got a bunch of Bosnian trans.
They're trying to rock the government. They're trying to rock the narrative over there, isn't they? That's what they're pushing that in there.
I'm answering your question. You gave me a specific example, and our Iranian friend, tell me, those girls in Bosnia being trans, doing dances, they got to be pretty brave girls, huh?
I'm sorry, in Bosnia?
Yeah.
Trans girls?
No, trans girls in Bosnia. We're giving aid to trans girls.
Or their dance school. Where the U.S. aid is going.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
don't you think those girls would be pretty brave?
Do
in
you honestly
Bosnia.
think that that money is actually going to that
Yeah,
cause?
exactly.
Do you think that is actually what's
Uh,
happening? Because I'll be honest, McGrande, you are a man of certain caliber of age and experience. I would have expected you to have been far more aware of the fact that your government doesn't tell you the truth a
Well-
long time ago.
Well, no, I actually, I'm sympathetic to your comment there because I don't trust anybody either, and but I don't especially I don't especially trust the right wing rhetoric. And my
Stephen,
government
last
right now is that of Donald Trump. So you're absolutely correct.
boys.
I don't believe anything they say.
I think McGrande has heard this on the panel. Elon Musk's generations of rockets. He's got 3 generations of rockets, and they've
Dude.
shown the engines. They've shown the complete engines.
Dude,
And it
don't get me
shows-
wrong.
Wait there. It shows the engines completely transform into a quite complicated first generation with loads of pipes, and he's reduced everything down. Literally,
I know.
think it's like I think it's like 2/3 of the original parts.
Dude, I
Really successful engine.
know.
Hasn't really had a fault
know.
with them at all.
I agree.
So,
No, I
so,
don't.
so,
I
so
don't have
wh-
fault
when
with
you
them.
say
I
Elon,
like Elon.
wait there. Let
Musk.
me
I
qualify
like
it.
Elon Musk.
Let me
I just
qualify it,
don't want him
please.
running my
Let
government.
me qualify it, please. The reason why you turned around and said I don't think Elon's qualified to do this, I think to myself, actually, from what I see from Elon, he dropped the staff in Twitter confirmed 75%. Right?
Okay.
He dropped a server, which was a real big thing. He dropped a server New Year's Eve.
Might
Right?
I
Wait there.
wait,
Right?
I need to propose something.
Wait, let
Do you
me
think
finish it
it's
off.
Elon doing
He
it,
looks
or do
qualified
you
to
think
me.
it's Elon's team?
It's the
Do you
team.
think Elon is doing it,
It's the
or do you
team.
think he has help?
It's the team. It's big balls.
Of course.
Big balls.
All right. So
Big bollocks.
Let's-
That boy.
Big
has.
balls is behind all of it.
let's
Big
let's
balls.
You know,
let's-
that made me like that guy
Yeah.
even more.
Yeah. It's such a great meme because all legacy media have gone, oh, big balls. That was it. Joy Reid. She said big BALLS. I can't say the word. It's rude. I thought to myself, this is amazing.
I
Legacy
swear
media.
to
I've got to
God,
repeat it all
he's
the time.
literally hired a bunch of uber autistic computer geeks that
T215.
probably meme all day online whilst coding, and he's hired them to
T215.
gut out these agencies of all the crap that they're
They
wasting.
described Big Balls. They said Big Balls set up a company
T215.
where he had like dozens of company domain names when he was 16. I'm thinking he's got some balls, this guy, isn't he? He's 16 and he's fucking.
Oh yeah, every one of them almost every one of them, from what I saw, has set up some kind of company, some kind of sort of a what do you call it, a domain kind of service system where they will give people domain, or probably
For
they
the
all
men
probably
that
have
are
multiple
praising-
businesses.
For the
I
men
knew
that
a
are
guy.
praising big balls right now, I'm curious if you're what your understanding of why he got in trouble is.
Spicy meme or tweet, I believe.
That
I thought it
have
was
you read
racist.
any of them?
It wasn't Big Balls that got fired. Big Balls is still on board.
Top
It was.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. The racist guy got rehired anyways.
Yeah.
Mm.
Trump was asked the question, and they said, "Do you agree with your vice president?" He said, and he said, "What?" Yeah, and he said, "I don't know anything about it." He said,
No.
"JD."
Mike's off.
He said, "Is that right?" He's JD. Is that right? And JD nodded. He said, "Yeah. Bring him back." I thought,
Yeah, they took
great.
a poll on X to see who 80% voted.
No, what is the vibe on that though, right? Like if you're a complete asshole, it has nothing to do with your value at a workplace.
What was that, RW?
If you say heinous things and you're a complete asshole, does that mean that's basically being said that doesn't mean anything?
Yeah, that's a good point, RW. Like they got to be careful not to like rescue anyone who says racist, sexist, or completely asshole-ish things just
all
for
say
the
things
sake
when
of
we're
free
kids, though.
speech. Like there is still a line, right? I mean,
I agree with you, but remember all the people who've been castrated from their tweets when they were 16. A lot of people say shit when they're 18, 16, right? Which they wouldn't have said when they were 26, 28.
Sure.
I
That's
think
cancel
that's the
culture in a
reality.
nutshell, right
I mean,
there.
this is the unfortunate problem with the modern sort of kids is that if we go back in time and if I were to recall the kind of crap me and my friends had said amongst each other, and if those were recorded, I would be so fired so many times over. But the fact is that nobody was recording, nobody had phone cameras back then, and nobody cared. It was amongst us lads. But nowadays, unfortunately for these kids, most of their world is online and it's all recorded. And so the kind of crap a young kid would say in the 90s and 80s, which would be, dismissed and nobody would even know that these things were said, are
What
now
did he say, though? That's what
online.
I'm interested in.
Yeah,
Well, find out.
that'd be
Look it up.
interesting. Yeah, look it
All
up.
right, give me a second.
Executive producer extraordinaire over there. Let's hear that fucking Wang keyboard start singing Last Dance.
I got RW's agreed to do it.
All right. Your fingers are tired.
See, I don't even know what I would
Occupied.
call the guy. It's
He
not
is
big
the-
balls, so how would I label him?
He is
True.
our search
I mean-
engine RW. He's always on the ball for that now.
There you go.
So
My buddy said that guy who has that wood carving of Smokesteve's pub behind his head. I was like, wood carving, dude, it's fucking AI. He was like, oh, all right. Yeah, I knew that. I'm like, did you think it was a wood carving? Do you think
He looks hard.
Well, he's a bad.
that's AI, man. Yeah,
I know. Yeah, he's
I got the hands.
wood carving.
12 fingers.
Yeah, all right. Cup of tea, Gene.
So what's
Yeah.
going on with Top? He's not talking. Bring him in.
He might
He's
not
allowed
even know
to
he's
talk.
on.
Talk away, top talk.
It takes
Top.
Top about 2 hours to warm up.
Got to do sign language.
Where,
There you go.
oh, he didn't even know his camera was
Then you
on.
leave. That was beautiful, man. That was beautiful.
He probably didn't even realize he clicked on, dude.
Well, too bad.
That was funny.
That bronze and copper work.
You know, I got to say, McGrandy.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe this doesn't apply to you, but I think a lot of the hue and cry coming out is because the Democrats are so embarrassed by what is being uncovered by the Trump administration in these programs, and it really should be embarrassing because it's just atrocious.
But Grandy, are you able to put your vitriol aside for the Trump regime and recognize that there is some ridiculous aspects of the things that they're uncovering here?
Well,
Yes.
I'm an honest person, so I can deal with that. But I have no trust in an administration that has an attorney general that says she's going to go after FBI agents and everybody else who.
Yeah, I'm sure she didn't say that.
And so I am tainted. So to answer your question, Steve, I am. I'm going to probably be more a member of the Royal Resistance. I will resist them in every manner and form and fashion that I can.
I'm
Because
sure she
I have
didn't
no
really
trust
say
in
that.
them at all.
I'm sure she didn't
absurd.
really say that.
And,
It's a lot like when people said that
I think,
people claiming that Trump said there are good people on both sides.
Again,
Turns out he didn't actually say
again, acting as a man who's accused of rape. Not that I was.
Yeah. Can you make the
I
statement
do. I
again?
will
So
not
RW
fall
knows how to
victim
fact check it.
to
we
the
fact check that?
weakness
I'm
of
still
an
digging on the first one,
accusation.
man. Don't bury me.
Because the
Okay.
problem is the problem
He's
is
put a shit in his
that
last
the
dance. He didn't say
state
that.
the state is making accusations, but they have not provided any evidence. And I will not respond to anything other than evidence. And it's been my experience because Pam Bondi's from my state that she is full of it. She cannot produce anything in a court of law. She is not a litigator, and that is we got a third part of government here based. It's called the judicial branch. Okay, and I predict great folly in her efforts to even file anything in federal court.
Mr.
Because
McGrande,
there are
respectfully,
still some good federal judges there, even though
respectfully, you do know
Donald
that
Trump
wasn't
is
the question I was actually
making
asked
an
of
effort
you.
to replace
You're
all the
answering a
federal
question
judges.
no one asked.
correct.
They asked
You
you
were
about
five
the things that have
Please.
been exposed from like USAID and various other
Well,
departments. Was this a good thing? And would you
Well,
at least be able to put your partisanship aside and at least
well,
acknowledge
yeah,
that this
yeah,
was a
okay.
good
I can respond to that.
effort?
I would
All
say
right.
I would
Good
say yes
catch. Good
if you
catch,
provide
RW.
us the evidence
There's
of
no
such
source on that, though.
accusations. So I expanded on the danger of accusations. But
There's so
yeah,
much-
go ahead,
there's
provide
so
the
much, it's hard
evidence.
to find a source.
Let's see it.
Okay.
Let's see it.
Okay. McGrande, did
Yeah.
you say Bondi was targeting investigators?
He
Yeah.
said targeting FBI agents.
Yeah. So
That's what
so the first one, CNN, Attorney General Bondi plans to review cases, right? And the next one, ABC, and I put down here, did Bondi General said they would target January the 6th investigators. I'll put FBI in just to
Yes.
make sure.
Yeah.
And it says no. She
Of
said she was
course
going to
not.
review the cases. So once again, I knew it was not the case.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. She wants to name all the agents who investigated January 6th. FBI agents, she wants to name them
Yeah.
all.
And
that's problematic.
Wait, that's not the claim he made. I can check that out.
A judge just blocked this
Yeah, exactly.
out of safety for the agents and their potentially for their families too.
But that's one thing. But McGrandy's claim is false.
What is my claim?
But your
Targeted.
claim that Pam Bondi was going to target FBI agents who investigated J6 protesters for termination.
Yes,
That's what you
that is
said.
my claim, and I'm not wrong.
Well,
Why would I be
why?
wrong? It's obvious. A federal judge just came. A federal judge just came out and said she could not disclose the names. It's not only that; it's all of the fucking people in Mar-a-Lago.
See how he moves
FBI
it?
agents
See how he
in
moves the goalposts?
Mar-a-Lago
Moving the
and everything
goalposts.
else. No,
Yeah, he's just literally
shut
moved
up,
them. He just moved them
This
foot
is the
across.
truth. This is the
Mate,
truth.
I caught you
She's
wanking
targeting
again.
them,
Yeah.
and she's
just got
trying to
caught with your
disclose
pants
their
down.
names. This is obscene. It's
No,
unprecedented.
see how he's moved it. See, it's the first time he's mentioned
Nazi
it. It's 'cause
101, my friend.
Steve Googled
Welcome
it,
to
and Steve read the story
welcome
out,
to occupied
which then
territory, buddy.
what got McGrande to move the goalposts all the way across because he can't stack up his claim.
I do notice, McGrande, that when you're losing or flailing, you resort to the Nazi or fascism.
Yeah.
Because
accusation.
Unfortunately,
it's sort of like
I don't know
fallback for you.
Last Dance. I don't know if you play chess, but I used to play chess.
Yes,
and I you probably could beat me, but guess what? I could always see ahead, and
it's the only way to play chess.
When I used the Nazi claim, and you know that's pretty scary for me with you, knowing you. Okay,
I told
knowing
you
and knowing who you are,
last
you should recognize these signs. You should recognize what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be subtle. When I say Nazis, I apologize if I offend your sensitivities. But I am
very subtle.
I am a clear speaker. I am a clear speaker, and I am.
I remember you saying you don't use the term often. You don't use the term lightly. You don't use the term lightly. You use it all the time, and you just literally said you use it lightly.
Well,
you contradict yourself.
You want to hang on that? Because I know you're. I know you're.
It's a big claim.
I know you're a goose stepper.
Wait there. Here we go. So Last Stand makes the point that you use the word frequently, but you've also claimed not to use it. Then you agreed. I'm sorry, man. I just threw it out there earlier on. And it's just like, well, there we go. You literally yo-yo back and forth all the time.
Yeah, that's because we're in Steve's bar.
Where are we heading, fellas?
You remember Dave Chappelle? He had when he played the black white supremacist Cleveland.
Yeah, I love that one. That was the best. That was the best.
Last answer, you the Jewish Nazi? Like,
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Exactly.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to leave my girlfriend because she's a Jew lover.
Nick Sheeson.
right?
Nick Sheeson.
Oh God.
Oh my God. You know what? I know a little bit of Yiddish. I want to mix it with some German, but I'm not going to do it because I can't. I don't remember enough.
That's a good reason.
So let's get back to this. So,
All right.
what would be her purpose for wanting to release the names of the agents and employees who investigated
Because
January 6th?
It's
I don't know.
It's a systematic intimidation of federal employees.
That's what
They want to
McRandy
call
says,
out the
but I'd be
federal
interested in
bureaucracy.
what she
The
says.
backbone of American government is the bureaucrats. We don't want to admit it, but it's the truth. It's the people that they stay there to get their pensions. Those are the people that make the shit work every day. And they're trying to call them out. They're trying to call them out.
She can't release the information because multiple lawsuits were filed by FBI agents and employees who investigated the January 6th Capitol insurrection. And as of now, it's in litigation. So the names are not going to be released. I think it sounds nefarious, her wanting to release the names. Just call me crazy, but I don't think there's a reason for that. Unless she has some real purpose to think that these were targeted investigation.
We'll see how serious she is if she goes to appeal. If she goes to appeal, we'll see how much of a bitch she wants to be. Because she's going to go in to the office with Donnie, and he's going to say, he's going to do the cone, his attorney's thing, attack. It's going to be vindictive. Who are you loyal to, me or the country? That's what it's going to come down to. He's a fucking mafioso, man. I'm telling you.
Now, you're confusing a little because are you saying that Trump is going to say that to the
To
FBI
Bondi.
agent?
To Bondi.
Bondi's on his side.
Yeah.
So he would be saying that to the attorneys for the January 6th investigators, not to Bondi.
Oh, no. I'm saying.
Right? Am I right?
No, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the court says she can't release the names.
Right.
And he's going to tell her, well, you need to appeal that to the appellate court. And she's going to do it. And then he's going to say, you need to appeal it to the Supreme Court because he controls the Supreme Court. Did you see the Chief Justice shaking hands with Pam Bondi, the black guy, the biggest traitor in the world?
Wow.
He's a traitor because he doesn't
shook hands with a political opponent.
Because he has an independent mind.
Wow. Isn't that crazy? What a traitor.
What's that justice's name? Is it
Clarence Thomas?
Clarence Thomas.
He's not the Chief Justice. He's just an associate justice. The Chief Justice is John Roberts.
He's the number one suspect, Last Dance.
What's he suspected of?
Oh my God!
He's suspected of putting pubic hairs in a Diet Coke for one.
To enhance the flavor.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. but I'm glad I found that out, man.
Remember?
I seriously, was that a real thing?
Yeah.
That was.
Oh my God.
This was a
That's why I
claim
like to come
made
to
by
the pub.
Anita Hill.
Nobody pulls any punches.
The Anita Hill. It is
the Anita
Hill.
I love your laugh,
my
Randy. It's dedicated, man.
Yeah, man,
that's fucking hilarious.
That's spicy, that is.
Sure is.
Did we find out that tweet after from one of Big Bull's mates?
What is the question?
Well, no, the Big Bull's tweets. I think these are. I just saw a link in the side chat that I clicked on, and it goes into a list of the stuff Big Balls has said.
I couldn't find the source link. I stopped trying. I stopped caring after a certain point.
But is this the Matador? Is this the one that you're talking about?
I'm reading them now. They're totally
Get ready for a monetary wipe.
they're totally harmless.
Right.
Here's
of course, they're
here's
just
what it
edgy.
says. Here's one quote. Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool.
Read the third one. Read the third one.
And the time and the date that was said.
July 2024.
Read the one from September, the third one.
Normalize Indian hate.
That is a direct violation of terms of service to X and YouTube.
What about the First Amendment?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Not for
It
X.
is.
Normalize
Well,
Indian
X
hate.
because
Is that Native Americans or is that
No.
Indians from the
No,
United
it's
States?
I think
Indians.
Indian, like actual real
Discriminatory
Indians,
action.
That-
not the
Well,
not the ones
country
that they fake
by
Indians.
China.
Wait, what I'm confused because we're in America, so Indians are
They're the
Or-
fake Indians. The feathers are not real Indians.
These are
Those are the
real
ones that,
Which ones is
that
there
Columbus
always
thought
supposed to be
were
racist for,
Indians
but-
because he thought he landed in India.
Now, here's another one. 99% of Indian H-1Bs, these are visas for Indian tech guys. to
all
come
right,
in,
those guys.
will be replaced by slightly smarter LLMs.
What's
What's
that mean?
LLMs?
That's AI.
Oh, I see.
That means large language models, AIs, like ChatGPT. They're
My
going
God.
back. Don't worry, guys. And then that was December. I would not mind if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. That's from June.
Well, I mean, he sounds
Is that
like
Musk?
he sounds
No,
like
that's
an
this.
absolute prick.
This is this guy. What? No, I probably said the same things.
Yeah,
Oh,
on
come on.
live feed, back where it was fucking accepted.
Wait, we're talking less than a year, like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Half a year
Still,
ago.
it
To me,
should still
that's-
be perfectly fine.
To me, that's
People,
nothing.
the amount of
Still be
times I've heard
perfectly
people
fine.
say, and myself, I'm not racist. I hate everyone. I mean, come on. These are
That's
just
Archie
like
Bunker,
quiffs.
dude. Archie
That's not
Bunker.
that's not all of the stuff. I have seen some other stuff, but I'm not going to say it because I can't
You know-
say it right now.
You know what the problem
But
is?
My question though is, does it really matter?
No,
No.
it doesn't. Compared to what?
Based on
What do you mean based on?
what is the merit, like the moral of that? It's free speech. Based on free speech, it doesn't matter.
But based on Bill
free
Clinton,
It's not
speech.
necessarily
Yeah.
even what he.
let me base it on this. Bill Clinton getting his hog slobbered on by Monica Lewinsky and then lying to Congress. That's what I based that on. All right.
That
So if
doesn't
he
help
can
me. Can
fucking-
someone else try?
So if
Holy shit.
if he can have his
Man,
hog
you're really
slobbered on by
reaching
her,
now.
if he can get
That's
then-
weak. That's
and,
weak.
no, if that's allowed.
No, that's weak. You're so
If that-
impotent.
if
you're
that's
impotent.
permissible, if that's permissible, then anything
My-
is.
Last dance. Can I hear what you're going to say?
You're lucky my wife's yelling at
I'm
me.
not even going to try. You can't get in.
I thought it was pretty good.
Anyway, you guys, I love you all. You have a
I like
good
the-
night. I'm
I
gonna
like
head
the-
Me
out.
too.
I like
You
the
going
way
home?
you said that. I
Yeah,
like the way you
going
said
home,
that.
buddy.
All right, have a good
Oh,
week, McGrady.
Stay well.
Take care,
All
my
right,
granny.
Randy.
Well, Randy, it's
See ya.
been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
I'm sure you and McGrandy love each other, don't you, Based?
I think that what a young kid said is pretty small fry compared to the bigger picture of what's being uncovered from Doge digging, what that
Here's
kid
what
is coding and finding.
Here's what I would say. This is him talking to a friend, and that doesn't, or friends. That's not, that's not really relevant.
As Trump would say, it's I'm just in the back of the coach, just talking with the lads. Talking
Locker
with the lads.
room talk.
No, he was caught in a coach when he talking shit.
Yeah,
about-
but that was like they called
Yeah.
it locker room talk
Yeah, I know.
kind
that
of
was-
language.
We're talking
Entertainment
about a
Tonight
chance.
stuff, Billy Bush.
We're talking about a chance to correct government spending in ways that has never been done before. I'm willing to put up
Yeah.
with someone who says some silly stuff that might not be something that they want to have go out to the whole world for. I'm willing to have that
pleased.
person if they're going to
I'm
do great
pleased.
things.
I'm pleased that you're
Good
open
job.
to it. You're quite open to it, and hopefully, it will become quite sort of positive, and you can flush out a lot of stupid shit, and at the end of the day, it'll save you a lot of money, and you'll feel fucking better about it. And of course, that'll bounce on the year after then and the year after. So
I don't think.
hopefully,
I mean, how many? I don't know who's actually complaining about what. In the end of the day, if people are complaining that we're starting to look into how our government works and seeing what it does and wanting to fix it, I think that if you're going after that idea, you're insane.
Look,
I don't have that. My complaint is preemptive. I have a preemptive complaint that I feel like they're going to go a little bit out of control with the cutting and potentially cut some actually essential things that might actually save people and help America. And their lust for cutting and saving, I think it potentially could have a detrimental effect. I'm not saying that's happened yet. I just see that there's this fervor for it. And I want to make sure that they are looking over every single individual thing and not making sweeping cuts.
There's
You know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
noise.
Like,
Something
it's
that's
not like
good,
every
thing.
fucking thing that we spend money on is bad.
But it sounds like they are going over each individual thing.
I hope so. I hope so.
Well,
That's
well,
all I'm saying. It's preemptive.
one
It's
one
just
thing I will
stuff.
say that I agree with Smoke on this one is that there will be potential, if you like, repercussions or unintended consequences of these things. Now, yes, you may on the face of it say, giving Serbia $1 billion for DEI in the workplace initiative is a ludicrously wasteful money, or giving Bolivia a couple of $100,000 for some transgender museum. These are ridiculous. But behind the scenes, now this is what, again, I'm going to go into my own opinions and potential conspiracies. If the CIA uses USAID as soft power, these are essentially bribes and money that are being paid for assets to be in place in certain parts of the world, certain influences to be in place in certain parts of the world in order to influence and manipulate those governments to essentially protect American interests. And if America removes these things, other people, namely China, is going to fill that gap. What you will find potentially over the years is that those places where CIA was influencing through these aids are going to sway towards China's interests, and potentially those would be then disastrous for America. This is why, by the way, Omar came up and said, this is damaging America, this is destroying America's soft power. That's what she was referring to. Everybody knows that USAID and these groups are used by American intelligence agencies as soft power to
Did you say
herd.
Nomar, as in Nomar Garciaparra?
That's what I thought he said.
Oh, sorry. Did I say? I said soft power.
Nomar?
Oh no, Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar.
Omar.
the Somali
Yeah.
Congresswoman
From Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar. Sorry. Yeah. She said this is going to affect America's soft power. I can see from that statement alone, she knows where this is all about, what this is actually about. Because anyone who's read, as I said, a couple of the books that I recommend all day, every day, I feel like a broken record. The Dictator's Handbook is exactly about that America uses its funds, its finances to herd countries into the direction of that meets American interest. And it's not always guns and bullets that do that. It's actually these kind of funds that do that.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a stretch to go there, but I think that there are negative possibilities. I feel like Last Dance, you don't want to admit there could be anything negative.
Of course, there
these
could be
cuts.
negative things, but there's no way that we can continue on the current budget trajectory. It just can't.
Right.
There's so many ways that it can't possibly work. And rather than wait till something disastrous happens, like we default on a debt payment, I think we have to cut now. We should have been cutting 10 years ago, but now's the time. And so, cuts have to keep happening all the time.
Now,
Either that or everybody's taxes have to be doubled.
speaking of taxes, great segue, my friend. Do you remember some of the tax cuts that happened in 2017 by DJT?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, there were only a few that affected me.
But there were some that affected some extremely high earners.
Yeah.
And those did affect our country and our budget pretty significantly.
Right.
So what I'm thinking is, are those tied into what the cuts they're making now in 2025? Because a lot of the tax breaks that he gave then are going to expire in 2025.
I don't know.
You're not familiar with this whole line of thinking?
No.
All right. Yeah, well, whatever. I mean,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're on. You've got to, and that's the other thing that I was actually thinking about earlier on today was all of these supposed money saving efforts. Could all of this just simply be a precursor to the fact that either Trump is going to do some major tax cuts for very rich people, or Elon Musk is going to funnel all of these savings to SpaceX because he wants to get the hell out of here and get to Mars. So he's just looking for a way to essentially funnel as much money as he can into his SpaceX project, which, by the way, is a charity. SpaceX isn't miraculously funding itself. It's all funded by the American taxpayer, most of it. But if this is like his way of showing, oh, look how much I saved you billions. You guys can give me a few billion to go to Mars.
yeah, but I think what they figured out was building space shuttles and training astronauts and training facilities was way more expensive than paying someone else to do it. Billions to him might save billions in the long run.
Well,
And also, if they, God forbid, kaplooey, it isn't our U.S. astronauts; it's employees of his,
Well, yeah, I mean, at least if anything, America gets a flag on Mars before anyone else. But I don't know. Again, what you said about the fact that there are some tax cuts that are due to expire, that he gave to maybe some friends of his. This may be the precursor in order to massage the American public into believing that, oh, we've saved trillions through canceling US aid and this and that government efficiencies, so that when the tax cuts come, it wouldn't sting as hard as it would if people were still, in the state that they are. Even though for the average man, I don't think anything much will change. If he can help reduce inflation, that's something that the average person would benefit from. Other than that, I don't really see Trump as this great savior figure. This is the problem with every election cycle, with Obama, with Trump. Everybody thinks that you're electing a messiah, that he's going to turn water into wine. He's not really going to do that much.
Yeah, I have to admit though that some people did believe that he is a messiah.
I know, but it's not. It's not. There are no sacred cows. These are just human beings. They're self-centered, self-interest people. They hopefully, as I said, I personally predicted he may achieve 5% of his goals.
Do you think he's going to? I know that people here are already against it. Do you think he is going to be the one to go in and start working in Gaza after the war's over?
You mean
No.
Trump?
Trump, America.
No.
Not that
America
not do you
knows.
want it. Do you think that it will happen?
No, I think whoever said negotiating tactic, possibly.
Yeah, I said.
It's the only logical explanation, because anything that he says that's so bombastic and ridiculous can only be a negotiating tactic. I can't imagine otherwise.
I can see him moving forward with it to push the bluff. If that's
Well,
what it is.
if Egypt or Jordan and the Emiratis and Saudis call the bluff and don't assist, then we'll see. But in all honesty, his main thing, and I'm sure that's what Trump wants, because that's the only logical thing that makes sense, is to get the Arab nations to essentially have a peacekeeping troops by the Arab League, though, not the United Nations, not America, not Europeans, Arab soldiers, Egyptian soldiers, Jordanian soldiers, Saudi soldiers, to have some kind of peacekeeping force in Gaza whilst the rebuilding sort of
Why don't they
work
call it
begins.
fear keeping? Because it's not peace.
Well, whatever, a peace at the end of a barrel of a gun.
Right.
You'll be at peace now. Sit down, or you will
Right.
die.
You almost just quoted Mao Zedong exactly. Power stems from the barrel of a gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
We-
the whole situation is, you start to add up what it costs to rebuild one building.
Yeehaw.
Let's say 30 million to 50 million, somewhere in that ballpark. And you start to multiply that by how many thousands of buildings have been destroyed. And then you break down to individual houses and structures. The amount of money that it's going to take and resources for this to be rebuilt is astronomical.
And you think it's pretty much 1-to-1, 50 million here for a rebuild would be 50 million in the Gaza Strip?
I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a quarter of that, but that's still $10 million, and material is, at least 25 to 30% of the cost.
Mhm.
If
I don't know
not,
why.
Let
Who's
alone
going
clearing everything out first.
to pay to rebuild the Gaza Strip? I
that's
don't.
what we're talking about. We're
I
talking
don't. No, I don't.
multiple trillions of dollars, man.
Let the Arabs pay if they want to do it.
Yeah,
That's what
they
Trump
can
said.
expand and have a second Dubai.
There you go.
Look, the main thing that the Americans or whoever has to figure out is how they can make money out of Gaza. Now, there is a thing known as the Ben Gurion Straits, which is going to. This has been in plan for a long time now. A lot of people are saying they're going to do this through Gaza. Although the routes that I've seen isn't actually anything to do with Gaza, it's a purely Israeli project. But they want to build this strait in order to compete with the Suez Canal, Suez Strait. The strait. You know which one I mean? The one that goes through Egypt, into the Mediterranean. It goes through the Arab.
I just keep on thinking of Suez Canal.
No.
Suez Canal.
Yeah, it is the Suez Canal. Sorry, yeah, it is. It's the Suez Canal, but now they're going to create another one called the Ben Gurion Canal, which is going to go through Israel, and then end up on the same side as where Gaza is, the same side of the water, and into Europe. This is a genuine thing. It's in plan.
This has been talked about.
Yeah. This is a genuine thing. This isn't some conspiracy thing. There's plans. There's all sorts of things in place, but obviously, the situation with the Palestinians and the Israelis has to be settled in some form. They can't afford to have millions of dollars worth or billions of dollars worth of cargo ships going through this canal with them being bombarded by rockets from Hamas or bombarded by rockets from Hezbollah or any of these things.
Block it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Put one
You
missile
can't.
and block it with a ship.
Yeah, but what I mean is they simply cannot afford to have an unstable environment in order to have a competitor to the Suez Canal. So I think they are trying to achieve something like that, trying to achieve some kind of a settlement, some scenario in which rockets will not attack these ships, and also, of course, the construction of the whole thing. But I don't know. I honestly don't know, because I just don't think the Palestinians are ever going to, because this is not just a land issue. This isn't a land dispute. This is a religious dispute. And if they cannot square the circle of these two competing religions fighting for essentially one place called Jerusalem, if they can't settle this on a theological level, they will never settle the land issue.
They can't settle it on a theological level. That would dispute
Yeah.
one and make them
Exactly.
adult.
One has to lose over the other. That's why they tore down Solomon's temple and built a mosque.
Right.
And now-
they're both Abrahamic religions, and there are striking similarities between the two, but yet they will never, ever get along.
No, because the similarities are the very things that put them at odds with each other, because they're like, one is
No,
saying
it
I
comes
am
down
the
to who
final
the-
word of God, and the
it's
other
who
one
the
is
God
saying we
is.
don't believe you. Sorry,
They're
Aldo.
different gods.
Well, that as well, but I mean, generally, but the similarities in behavior, kosher, halal, circumcision, blah blah blah. They have a lot of cultural similarities, because
That's
Head
fine.
most of
cover.
That's all
Islam,
it comes down to in the end.
yeah,
Head cover.
most of Islam actually came out of Judaism. Is really Islam is a chunk of it is plagiarized from Old Testament Judaism, or Christianity, and then some pagan sort of Arab stuff thrown in. But the thing is, they are competitors of each other. It's like asking Pepsi to get along with Coke. It's just not going to happen. They're
Well, if
selling
you
the same
believe-
product.
If you believe that another corporation owns both of them, then you just smile at it all.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna be
But unfortunately, I just don't see these theological aspects of this situation resolving itself anytime soon. You can resolve land disputes. Human beings have resolved land disputes amongst each other for eons. This isn't that. I mean, I saw a video a long time ago, like early 2000, of a Muslim Palestinian woman. Her boy had been shot or somehow injured quite badly. She was in an Israeli hospital with Jews Jewish doctors operating on her son, trying to save his life. And the cameraman asked her, or the interviewer asked her, would you ever give up Al-Quds for peace? Al-Quds is Jerusalem. She said, no, we will never give up Al-Quds. While her son was being saved by Jews. They will never give up this place. It's not a room to wiggle room in here. They are. I'll be honest. I just don't think outsiders really understand the mindset
So,
of this
but then
region.
to carry your thought forward, do you think outsiders should have any say?
It does. I mean, look, America is a global hegemon. America is always going to have, or even if they don't want to have a say, they'll be asked their opinion of it, and they are great allies with Israel. The outsiders are going to be involved. America certainly. I mean, maybe Europe, but America for sure. Unfortunately, there's no way out of it. It's like,
But do
I
you
wouldn't.
think America should be involved?
No, because they don't. America and the Western mind doesn't understand the Middle East and the Eastern Muslims. This is why they failed terribly in Afghanistan. They're trying to gentrify Afghanistan, and they realize, no, these people want the Taliban. These people like the Taliban. Yeah, a whole host of them, a few thousands, maybe even 1 million of them don't want it, but the rest do. That's what they know. You got to let them evolve. They haven't socially evolved to understand democracy, to understand secular societies. They just haven't. And as much as the Israelis are secular and they sit right next to the Palestinians, within the Palestinian sort of enclaves and Gaza and all that, they are still as medieval as ever. They still have that medieval 7th century mindset. So it doesn't matter. You can, as I say, you can take the horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
But that's saying that the horse needs to drink. It's basically one moral versus another, and then picking one and saying that's the right one, and then being okay with and placing that somewhere else.
Well, representatives of the Jewish religion never put out videos that involved dull butcher knives and heads rolling, if you know what I mean. That had a lot to sway people's opinions, and that really did happen. And I'm not saying that's the whole religion, but, public perception, Daniel Pearl, there was a South Korean kid. I don't know if any of you guys ever saw these. We're old live leakers here, me and Last Dance. I know he saw them. It's fucking disturbing, bro. It'll turn your stomach. And yeah, they were representatives of one particular religion. And that's hard to forget, man. And again, I know it's not all of them, but it's hard to forget.
How dare you, Steve? It's all a strength, regardless. all the strength.
Diversity is our strength.
Last dance. Do you feel me for what I just said?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're fucking right. I know you do, man. Shit's fucking scary, dude.
You know, I
God,
don't.
man.
You've got the Christmas markets to go, mate. Don't worry. You know,
Yeah.
that'll become like a regular thing every year for you.
It
Yeah,
has
well-
become in the UK, in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Europe.
It's a regular trend now. At least one or two car trucks of peace,
Well,
should I say? Trucks
the-
of peace.
I
Right,
think
vans.
I mean,
Keep a narwhal tusk nearby.
there was a chap in Germany, and he went around poking people in a love festival. I believe it was a diversity festival.
You said Christmas thing. The running over people with a car on Christmas is you're saying that's based on retaliation of Christmas?
Well, look, within 1 week or 2 weeks, there was 2 attacks. There was one on a diversity festival, which was quite ironic, and he did a couple of pokey things, and then obviously people want to ban knives instead of banning the problem. And then a week later, then that chap hit the Christmas market at a
All right, so
ridiculous speed.
just for like a timestamp, but has nothing to do with actual retaliating against a religion.
Well, there was just a truck attack in Germany at a Christmas market by a guy who was a German citizen who was a Muslim, who was a psychologist from Egypt or something.
He also
been there for 30 years.
I think he was the one that Saudi Arabia wanted to extradite back to Saudi Arabia for his militant.
Legacy media called him an atheist,
Atheist. Right.
ex-Muslim Zionist. I
Yeah,
thought that was quite a good combo. Touch all bases there. We'll hit them all. One will stick, surely. And I just
That
thought,
one was
what a load of
confusing though,
fucking
because
bollocks.
he had been there for such an extended period of time. You would say, like, well, would he be naturalized? Would he be into the culture at the time? I'm not saying he would have given up his religion, but apparently he didn't give up his hate because he.
Wait there. Let me say one word, Steve. And
Go ahead, man.
Hopefully someone will know it. Takia. Does anyone know what the word takia means? Thankfully, I know what Banksy does. Banksy.
I know what I think it means. It's a religious excuse to lie to non-believers that Muslims are allowed to practice.
Yeah,
It's
Banksy.
not a-
Wasn't what I did a
it's-
shot of with my
Takia.
wife earlier?
So I believe he was playing takia for 12 years. That's
Wow.
what I-
It was well, I mean, yeah, it's a religious credence that you can in times of danger or if in times of war, you can. It's deception to the enemy. It doesn't really mean non-believer even. It's just your enemies. Even if your enemies are Muslims, you can still use takia. It's
to
just
stay-
whoever you're at war with.
To stay into Germany, he had to say the best way to do it was to denounce his faith. But then that makes him a target, supposedly, yeah? So he was playing that yo-yo game, and he was also defending people who were applying to be asylum seekers as well as him under threat of being deported. So I think he had to play the long game, and they said they will play the long game. They've said it in statements multiple times, and they'll just put sleeper cells everywhere. And that could have been one of those sleeper cells because he went through that crowd at a ridiculous speed. There was
It's
no
another
aiming
concept
going
for
on.
that saying lying for God. I'm lying because I'm doing God's will.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's okay.
You could say one thing. I will say, RW,
like a
you were
rough
saying
religion.
that is this a religiously motivated thing, as in they're going after Christians for Christmas?
market.
It's not really. It's because there's large gatherings at Christmas time. There's going to be, they know that there's going to be large groups of people at these Christmas fairs, Christmas markets,
Mainly
etc.
Christians.
That time of the year, yeah, exactly, is going to have a overwhelming large groups of non-Muslims gathering in
Bingo,
a certain
bingo.
area.
That's
You're not risking accidentally killing Muslims. Although there probably are Muslims. I go to Christmas markets. Well, I'm not a Muslim, but I go to Christmas markets. Lots of Muslims go to Christmas markets as a part of a fun fair. But they can say to themselves, I know that this will kill the most amount of non-Muslims.
They're lucky that their opponents aren't using the same tactics, because Mecca would be a bad place for them.
Yeah, but I mean,
they don't even allow non-believers in
that,
Mecca.
you can't even go to Mecca if you're not a Muslim.
Try and rent a truck in Mecca, RW.
Exactly, and then try to drive to Mecca.
If I get around to that.
The funny thing is, I could go.
They don't allow you in there. They don't allow you in there.
But I could go based. I have a disguise.
Are you Christian, Hafez?
No, I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist,
I
but you're
believe in God.
Arabic descent?
Of Iranian descent.
Persian, right, of course.
But technically, on my passport and where I was born and all that, I could blend in.
Sure.
Now they do allow the Shia to come to Mecca, right?
One day a year, and they allow non-believers. Is that correct? Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I don't know about if they allow any non-believers in Mecca, but
I'll try and rent a truck on that.
Shia, Sunnis, all sects are allowed to go. They don't block different sects. Although, well, I mean, the thing is, there is no indicator whether you're Shia or Sunni anyway. When you go there, you shave your head, you wear this toga that they give you, and so everybody kind of looks the same. You don't really know who's Shia or Sunni.
You have to get a visa from the Saudis if you're from
Yeah. Well, plenty of Iranians and Iraqis and Pakistanis or Shia go all the time. So my mom went. My grandma went twice. Admittedly, no, I got to check that, because my grandmother, I think, was Shiite, but my mom was actually Sunni, or is. Oh, well, was. She's Presbyterian Christian now. But,
wow. Big shift.
She shifted. Yeah, because she got molested at Mecca by a soldier. I'm not joking. She got touched up by this disgusting, perverted bastard who was standing. You know what? They have to go around the Kaaba a few times, that black square thing. And then there's this stone, which is like this magical stone. It's probably just a piece of meteorite that fell, and these idiots thought it was some magical thing from God. Anyway, every Muslim has to go and kiss this thing. Now, I don't even want to begin to tell you what kind of petri dish that thing is. But she was standing in line waiting to go to kiss this thing, and the soldier grabbed her and felt up her breast and everything and her arse, and as he was pushing her towards the stone. She's like, I'm standing in front of the house of God and you just felt me up, you dirty bastard. And they do that to women all the time, apparently.
How confident is he to do that in front of everyone?
They do it. They do it. And the thing is, nobody complains. If you complain, they'll kick you out of the country.
Yeah, it's right in the center. So basically, it's on view. You're doing like something where you're kissing some fucking stone that's full of herpes.
Oh yeah, my mom didn't kiss the stone either, because there's like all these dirty, slobbering men who just slobbered all over this. She literally put her hand on it and then kissed her own hand. She's like, I'm not kissing this thing. I'm gonna walk away with some God knows God-forsaken disease.
What's crazy is he felt bold enough to sexually assault her right in the middle of everything there.
He was doing it to all the women.
Yeah.
He was just grabbing them, because they're sort of grabbing them, because the place is a chaotic mess. I mean, sometimes some guy I heard the other day, I was listening to some other Muslim who went to Mecca. He didn't even get to kiss the stone, because people were just hordes of people just running, hitting each other. Some guy got elbowed in the face, another one. You know, people have died. People have died in that area before. It's a chaotic mess.
From getting trampled on, that sort of thing?
People have been trampled at Hajj. And they call it the Hajj, which is the bigger event. There's other events, but the big one is Hajj. But the fact is that people have been trampled. It was in the paper years ago. They've got better now. They started to organize it and keep people, but people will rush towards that stone to try to grab it as soon as they get close. So there's people just rushing towards it.
There's been dozens of deaths in the past, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's another insane thing. That square thing, that black square thing that go around, is called the Kaaba. Now, the black thing that you see is a special cloth that they put over the Kaaba in order to protect it, essentially. People started to take bits of it, rip little bits of that cloth and eat it because they thought it's magical and it will somehow heal them. I'm not joking. They had to now, if you look at the Kaaba, they raise the material up high enough so that people can't grab it because people were tearing it up, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, that material, to fix, and because it's actually got gold weaved into it. It's really like special shit. And people were tearing little bits of it off to eat.
Yeah, I think they're missing the whole thing, but I do find it odd they have this, are we going to call it a stone, a mineral? What is this thing?
The thing they kiss.
Yes.
Well, it's. I mean, a lot of people suspect. I don't think anyone's actually fully analyzed it, but a lot of people suspect this was a meteorite that fell.
What is the significance? Why are they kissing it?
I don't know. It's something Muhammad said, do it. So they're doing it.
Trust me,
Look,
bro.
guys,
Talk
I'm
about
telling
Muhammad
you
and the
these
bloody
things so that you can get a small window into the crazy shit that these people believe. And then you want to tell me that you can bring democracy and Western civilization and Starbucks to these people. Trust me when I tell you they're not ready for this shit.
All right, now this brings me to another question. I'm ready for
I love
it.
that you used Starbucks as a shorthand for Western
Got a
civilization.
good one loaded up for you.
Yeah, but Banksy, can you tell us some crazy verses of the Quran? Things like the sun sets in a muddy puddle and all that sort of crazy shit. The unicorns.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. It's not even that. Because adjacent to the Quran, there's the hadiths, which are sometimes revered as much as there's a hadith that Muhammad said that the reason meat goes bad if you leave it outside is because of Jews. Jews cause meat to go off.
How do we do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Beats me.
How do you do it? That's what I
But
wanted.
that shit, they believe that shit. They believe this kind of nonsensical bollocks. There's a rule. I'm not sure. Again, I think it's the hadith. It's not the Quran. Which foot you have to enter the toilet with and which foot you have to exit the toilet with.
Yeah,
Because if you enter with the wrong foot, then it's haram. You can't sit on a toilet that faces Mecca. All toilets in Muslim countries have to face away from Mecca. They don't build them facing.
I'm praying on the toilet, dude. I could use the extra directional.
It's insane. This is the kind of shit. This is the kind of micromanagement this religion has. That they manage every aspect of your life, everything you do.
What's the muddy puzzle?
The muddy puddle is there's some, again, I think that is in the Quran, but it's like a traveler who saw the sun set in a muddy puddle. And that's where the sun sets in a muddy puddle, and the mountains are pillars to hold the earth up. That's what they are. They're like pillars. Yeah, they're like pins on the planet
But
to
the earth
hold
is below that.
the earth up.
We're going to do a poll
Cosmos.
question here, but I'm too lazy to put the poll up. But we're going to ask this question: are you okay with the United States investing multiple millions of dollars in programs similar to and including Sesame Street being produced and broadcast in Iraq?
That's a true
no.
That's a
I'm
true
not-
one, isn't it? That's a
Yeah.
true one. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
I mean, talk about
If
Mockingbird.
I hadn't heard that before, I would never have believed it.
Now, my idea on this one is it's a bit of yes and a bit of no, surprisingly. After careful thought, the amount of disruption and destruction that this country, meaning mine, caused there, that if this actually is something that like the children there are really benefiting from and possibly shaping them and maybe even like drawing them away from any extremism, it could be beneficial. Not saying that that's an absolute, but I do realize there's a ridiculous aspect of it, of wasting millions of dollars there. But in that particular thing, I think that you could argue that it might actually be beneficial, and it might help to offset some of the things that we have caused there by a war that was complete horseshit.
500,000 people. But now, if for example this news come out with Trump, I would have said, "Is Trump trolling the Iraqis?" Because that's what because it's so berserk, Sesame Street. I'm thinking, yeah, if that was under Trump, that would be Trump trolling. Because it's under Biden, yeah, it's perfectly legit.
Here's what I would say. Not only do I not agree with Smokesteve, even thinking about it should be a crime.
I'm just
half
saying,
a million dead Iraqis. 500,000 dead Iraqis.
All right, my vote is from a CIA propaganda front, absolutely. From a U.S. aid front, no.
What about from the front of, was our war justified in Iraq?
Was our war justified in Iraq? I'm not sure why America should be telling other people what to do. So I don't think justified forcing other people to do something.
I don't think
know.
Sesame Street makes up for it.
It doesn't.
It might just make it a little bit worse, actually.
Yeah,
You know, General Mad Dog Mattis said,
it's a troll, isn't it?
General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis, famously said, if you're going to take away any support for the rebuilding of the country, then you're going to have, if you take that away, then send me more soldiers. So in a commander's mindset, he was basically saying that things like this might be beneficial to smoothing it out. I don't know. This one particular thing in the nebulous of the whole thing is small and murky, hard to really define whether it helps or not. But as an example, I get you, Last Dance. I know it's crazy and it's one of the wastes of money, but
it's also
this goes into the layers of what I was talking about earlier, that I think there is some legitimacy into this, but other things, there's far more legitimacy. This might be more on the side of cut, but there's things that are on the side of keep that are going to get cut.
I mean, you're also kind of projecting your values and the belief that Sesame Street reflects a benign, peaceful thing. You're projecting
America, baby.
You're projecting that onto the Iraqi children, and who knows? They might see Oscar the Grouch as the hero, and they won't understand Big Bird. Well, Big Bird should be roasted. Should be skinned and roasted, and Elmo's gay and should be thrown off a building. You don't know what lessons they're going to learn.
Elmo's a child. Bert and Ernie are gay. They're the
Bert
obvious
and Ernie.
gay.
Sorry, Bert and Ernie.
Host,
can I do a subject change in a second?
Certainly.
Is this getting to you?
Okay, before we change that, I just want to get in on this. The fact is that, I'll be perfectly honest with you, America has a massive influence in the Middle East. I was a European before I came to Europe because I wanted European lifestyles. I wanted to be like Europeans. I wanted to live like a European. I wore Levi's and baseball caps before I came to Europe. That's why for me, coming to Europe or coming to Britain was not a stretch. I didn't have to change. My life didn't turn upside down. I was already living this style of life. I just happened to now do it in a better and freer country than my own. America and its influence has always been in the Middle East for a long time. You don't need freaking Sesame Street to tell the young Iraqi kids that life is better in America. What you do need is, unfortunately, this is something that has happened to Europe and America, and now the people of the other side are like, thank God we're not like them, is you guys need to tone down this trans shit and this gay shit and all this LGBT DEI crap, because now the people over there are like, thank God we're not like them, because they're crazy. They don't even know what a woman is anymore. That's the kind of stuff that is now pushing away the Middle Easterners, and in fact many other nations, from wanting to be Americans and wanting to be Europeans, because they see you as batshit crazy now.
Banksy, it's gender numbers in America are at all-time low right now. So I think that they're going to be okay. We're okay again.
Yeah, no, that's only like, dude, that's been like 4 weeks, not the past 10 years.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
But I'm
Seth
confident it's peaked and has gone way down, though.
Yeah,
Seth
but
Moulton, a Democrat here in Massachusetts, a representative, a straight white man with daughters, came out and said, I don't want my daughters playing sports against boys because they're in high school. And he got shouted down by the radical left and he's a Democrat. Speaking logic, by the way. And
Oh, okay.
he also went along to point out that this is part of the problem with the direction of the Democratic Party.
Yep.
It's just going along exactly what you just said, Banksy. Like, it's the wrong focus, man. It's the wrong thing.
The real test will be during his next primary, and if he does fine, then the fact that some extremists shout him down won't really. He can ignore that. If he loses because of that position, then that will send a message.
I think he is a hero because he's speaking what every father is thinking with a daughter.
Real American hero.
There was a fucking girl who got hit in the face with a lacrosse ball that was fastballed by a kid because I don't know why there was a boy playing in a girl's sport and broke her nose.
Pretty violent for lacrosse can be, can't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, lacrosse is brutal, dude.
Yeah.
And the same with field hockey. When girls play it, it's nuanced and they're aiming their shots. When guys play it, it's a fucking bloodbath. You can't have them fucking playing against each other.
The only sport that's better with women is tennis. They can have rallies, but the difference between tennis, male and female, is huge. Can you when you do lacrosse and you're firing the ball across? Fucking hell!
Yeah.
Did you guys see that California is not going to go by that ruling? I saw a tweet today that somehow California is going to still allow both genders to play together.
Wow.
So keep an eye out for that one.
Can I bring up that subject
again?
Can I bring up that subject change I was talking about?
Change. Go.
Right. So I put a video in the back chat. It's Joe Rogan, it is, and it's about the Kamala interview or lack of interview. And basically, they've released a book saying that Joe Rogan stabbed him in the back, and Joe Rogan was the one who put the blockers in. And it was completely not the case. The funny thing is, Joe said nothing, but he's got all the receipts, he's got all the texts, he's got all the emails, he's got everything. And he didn't restrict nothing, but he says it in this thing. And he also says that when I speak to Camilla, I've got to speak to like never spoke to Camilla. Like, so I literally Trump. I was speaking to the Trump representative. They got Trump on the phone. He said it. He said a date. It was good. So we both went for it. But yeah, basically, she said that Joe Rogan was a big problem, and obviously it cost her loads of votes. By the way,
she should have went on and brought him beer, and she should have opened the beers and said, "Here you go, man. Let's get down and dirty.
Let's get sauced."
Yeah.
Where's the joint? That's what she should have said.
Yeah, totally.
It
would have been beneficial. She fucked up. Avoidance was
in the back chat. I don't know if you want to play it. Like Joe explains that basically that she's full of shit, and basically he hung on to the receipts because he sort of knew she was going to do that. He's a clever man.
I heard this already. It's pretty good.
Yeah, yes, as far as I know, Eastwind, that policy has not changed,
Right.
sadly.
Yeah.
You know what? Like, they're prisoners. And, you know,
The thing
it's a
is,
thing for the Democratic Party to want to give sex changes to prisoners.
What
Like,
about a city job?
are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Well, I want the whole package.
That's at least $150,000.
well, if they're going to castrate pedophiles, I'm on board with that. But as
so
far
Frank-
as
Frank and
I'll
Beans
do it
has
for
to
a
go.
10. I'll do
Yeah.
it for a 10, and I'll provide the knife.
you know,
what I'm saying?
I'll even build a little guillotine. But look. As far as what the statement was that California is going to keep trans male prisoners in female prisons, I think
At
this
a
is just
state
going to
level.
this is going to open up for lawsuits. Really, I think that if the federal government has made a stance, then hopefully there'll be so many. These people will be so inundated with lawsuits from hopefully women that it will just simply bankrupt them into changing their policies.
What happens if California actually does go bankrupt? Like people talk about them being majorly in debt and all this.
crazy,
What is the
it's
actual
crazy.
process? Is it even possible?
It's the fifth biggest economy in the world. It's a bigger economy than the UK. We're sixth.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's a massive economy. But I mean, I would imagine, just like all the other states in America, they would simply the federal government has to then bail them out.
It's not coming, though, because of the amount of money they have coming in. Legal cannabis is generating a huge windfall for them. And Gavin Newsom knows the budget and knows what he can blow on all these ultra left wing fucking ideals, and he doesn't give a shit if it pisses everybody off.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance they would go bankrupt. They could just increase taxes more.
Ugh.
And the state income tax in California is the highest in the country
Right.
at 13.3%. Combine that with the average of federal at 32%. So you're looking at like 45% between state and federal there. Whereas if I've gone over this before, but if you're a high income earner, you live in a state like Florida or Texas, it's 0% income tax for the state. Same federal, but you could save how many millions of dollars by not living in California. And now my state of Massachusetts just added on a 4% premium of earners over $1 million, which means that now they go from 6.5 to 10.5%. So what is a person who earns over $1 million going to do to avoid that extra 40,000 per million that they earn? Move out of the state and keep their job the same. These
Some will.
Yeah, damn right they will. And it'll also probably deter some really good athletes from moving here, which is a thing as well. But who cares? That's
Not going to be good for the Patriots and the.
No, the thing is, it's not that you
Celtics,
have to live in a as in your physical body can be one place, but your finances can be other. This is something
That's right.
corporations figured out
LLC.
centuries ago. So these people will not simply; they'll still live in that area. They'll just simply put their money elsewhere in places that are tax havens or better financially because they've got the money to do it.
What they'll do is they'll make their legal residence in Florida, and they'll live much of the year in Massachusetts. And I depending on what the laws are in the state, you might, if you might have to live half or more of the year in the other, outside of Massachusetts.
I mean, think about someone who has $1 million a year.
1 day.
Okay, so that's all you have to do, and plus, it's very, very hard for the state to prove you were actually there a little bit more than you were supposed to, because it's not like they're going to have somebody keeping track of your movements to and from your house
if
every
you're a
day.
millionaire, most millionaires have multiple streams of income.
Oh, they do?
They are, of course, most. I mean, unless you're an idiot and you're just like some basketball player or something who's just been given a contract that has got millions. Lottery winners are idiots. Most of them, that's why they're bankrupt after a few years. But most millionaires who made their millions know what to do with their money. They have multiple streams of income. And like you said, they will put their money and their residency and their corporations in tax haven areas, and they will simply travel. And they're mostly, they're jet setters anyway. You think that they're spending their entire month in one state? Right. Most of the time, they're off on a private jet, because unlike us, that have to go through the TSA crap, they don't do that. They've got private planes and private transport. They jump on a plane, in half an hour, they're in another state.
Well, those are really wealthy people, but yeah.
Yeah, but what I mean is, if you're earning $1 million a year, you're in that category.
Yeah.
No, millions.
That's your income.
You're talking. Are you talking?
No, that's your income. That's your not you're worth $1 million. You're making $1 million every year.
Are you talking like Monaco, or we're talking like Beverly Hills? Because Monaco is like a whole other level.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're making $1 million a year, that's, what is that, about 80,000, 90,000 a month?
Yeah.
Sure.
Dude, your private planes are not that expensive. You can,
No, they're not.
I mean, you could charter them. You don't even have to buy them.
No, you
you
don't
can
have
just
to buy
charter them.
You can buy it if you enjoy. Maybe you want to fly it. You learn to fly it yourself.
Yeah, like John Travolta. He has
Right.
he literally has a private jet, like a G7 or G10 or whatever, and he also has an actual Boeing airliner. It's insane.
like Trump.
A commercial plane, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, that's how these guys live. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this guy, Andrew Tate. I followed his antics.
Yeah, the kickboxer, right?
Yeah. Kickboxer, womanizer, digital pimp, potentially sex abuser. We'll see how that trial works out for him. But
Been cleared.
yeah, possible female kidnapper. Anyway, we'll see what the trials.
He's been cleared.
Has it all been cleared?
Yep.
No.
There's
all been dropped.
Oh,
Too much.
interesting.
Where was it? Was it like Romania or someplace like
Yeah,
that?
in Romania, yeah.
There's a breaking from an hour ago from Nick Sorter.
Yeah.
It says, after CBS was forced to release the unedited version of their Kamala Harris interview, President Trump has doubled the value of his lawsuit against them from $10 billion to $20 billion.
It's terrible.
Do you guys have any
Terrible.
thoughts on that unedited interview?
It's terrible.
Haven't seen it.
I haven't
It's so,
seen
it's
it.
so deceptive.
I've seen
It's
it.
so
I've seen the clip.
deceptive.
He has
What they
no
did-
chance at the lawsuit. He'll end up paying court costs unless
Well, they
CBS
give it-
settles.
They give it
They'll settle.
They
because
shouldn't.
it's totally deceptive. What
So
they did
what?
at the end of the interview, they just allowed like 15, like a 30-second space. They said they can merge it together so that they'll be able.
Yeah,
I
they
thought-
reenacted the questions again because she fumbled on the answers. So they reenacted the question again so that they can then cut it in where she answers like a bit more clearly and looks more presidential, because she was just an idiot and she had no idea how to answer the question when the
She's done it
first
loads
time
of
the
times
question was
before.
asked.
She was like smooth at it the second time round. Well,
Yeah.
she knew what. She knew
Essentially, it's like a movie. They were just it's a movie that they will cut and edit to make it look good. It's not an
I mean,
actual
that-
interview.
Part of me wants to just like completely like shut you guys down and say you this can't be true. 60 Minutes, our beloved media, our legacy show on Sundays.
We had Panorama.
It has the
mate.
clock that ticks. That
Yeah.
really means that it's official. They can't be doing something so.
It's
nefarious
literally on
that-
video. Steve,
Oh
you
my
should look it up.
God.
It's literally on video,
I
mate.
know, I
This
know.
is the thing,
This
dude.
is how I
you guys,
want to feel, but the reality
Well,
of it is what you're saying. Sadly,
Steve, we've got Panorama, which is your 60 Minutes.
Mm.
They stitched up not just Tommy Robinson. There's many cases previous, but Tommy Robinson. They got one of Tommy Robinson's staff to try and do a kiss and tell on him. You know, when Me Too was out, they tried to go to Me Too. The BBC reporter is on fucking video on a
secret
video,
recordings, though.
secret recordings, saying, "Yeah, we're gonna fucking stitch him up. Like,
Yeah.
If you say this, we'll fucking."
We'll give you money if you claim that he tried to touch you or try to be inappropriate with you, dude. This is. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I've been blackpilled about the media for such a long time now that
Yeah.
I wasn't even shocked at this Kamala thing. It wasn't even like a shocking, oh no, 60 minutes. It was just run of the mill crap. Nothing is real. The CNN is nowadays, CNN, MSNBC are as real as a model on Instagram. That's how I see them. It's all fake.
So
It's
today-
all fake.
I see it as there's two sides of the media. Like, if there's a plane crash and I want to go and find some immediate information, sometimes for the spot reporting, they can still do it. Now I've come to find that X and YouTube are doing it just as well. But for the live stuff, but once they sit in a panel and they're there on screen and they're all done up and looking beautiful and they start giving you their opinions and they start breaking things down, I feel like that the media is losing its focus. Whereas when they do live reporting, they do event reporting at the time before they have a chance to put any spin on it, they can do that. Like for you guys, if there's a van running over people on the fucking Thames Bridge and you catch it on the news, the initial stuff's probably going to be true. But then as you watch it devolve and
Not
the
very
layers
accurate.
the layers of the onion become apparent, it
Well,
might
then-
change.
Then narratives start to form and get polished and
Yes.
take hold in our.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. You're right. Helicopter crashes into airliner.
There
Perfect,
you go.
straightforward news. Helicopter crashed into airliner. Nobody knows why. But then, oh, was it DEI hires in the control tower? Was it aliens? Did these people? Was the driver on drugs? Was the helicopter
Aliens are
pilot?
following DEI practices.
Was
Funny
helicopter
enough.
pilot a DEI hire? All of that is narrative. It's not the facts. It's just opinions.
But of course, who said that? DJT.
Trump.
Yeah. That didn't help clarify anything, I think.
Yeah,
It helped open a can of worms to talk about for a couple days.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But what I'm
was
saying,
bizarre,
I'm not
dude.
saying this
It's
just comes from
fucking
the
bizarre.
left. It comes. Look, Fox News is just as much fake crap as CNN and MSNBC. I don't trust any of these people. They are all professional liars.
So
They are all
Bank-
liars.
So today, Elon was floating the idea of creating his own or funding his own show called 69 Minutes, and they're joking that it should be at 4:20 p.m. I
He
actually
loves
think
those,
that
That
would be
is
pretty
just
popular.
a masterful troll.
he
But it would be
loves
pretty
420
popular,
as
I
well,
think.
doesn't he? That's what he paid for. That's what he paid for Twitter, wasn't it? It was 420 billion.
I
Or
swear to
40
God,
No, it's
40
44 billion.
44 billion. Yeah. The thing is, this is like some kind of weird alternate timeline in which you envision what would happen if a troll on the internet had billions of dollars. What would they do?
They would
And
tell you
it's
about it in
literally
69
what we're
minutes.
living in. This man with a unending pit of money, and he is the
Would you
12-year-old
watch that
troll.
show? Would you watch that show, Banksy?
Oh, definitely.
We are watching it. That's what
I'd still watch it.
we're watching it every day.
One of the
There you
best
go. It's
interviews
not
is
compact
is
into like an hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes show every day. But
Take it
Grok
easy,
can
Mr.
do it.
Reed.
the AOC describes Elon Musk as not intelligent. It was worse than not intelligent. What did she say? She said something. She said he was dumb or something. And I'm thinking to
something
myself,
about a pot and a kettle.
that's just crazy. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, yeah, he's very eccentric. I mean, let's piss off some bad people. Let's take over a social media channel. Let's rock the boat with Trump, and then let's do Doge or Doge or whatever it's called. But he's
Not
not
douche.
thick. He's not. Yeah, douche. He's not Doge. He's not
Douchebag.
thick. He's not thick. That's one thing he's not. And AOC's calling him thick, and it's just like, this is amazing. It's just you just can't make it up. You really can't. It'd be like David Lammy calling Elon thick, wouldn't it? For us.
Is there any direction that Trump's heading in right now that you guys that are for him are not happy with besides the rebuilding Gaza?
These lawsuits, I am they piss me off.
Against Kamala or against what?
Against 60 Minutes, and where else is he? There's a bunch he's been proposing, and
Okay, but have you seen the side by side clips, the before and after
I don't.
these?
It doesn't matter. There's
Well,
nothing Trump could sue them about.
I mean,
well,
Look,
based on free speech.
no, it's not even that. I just hope that this stuff isn't distracting him from the main stuff. That's all
Yeah,
it
this
is.
is-
If this stuff starts to
Yeah.
distract him and it becomes the news reel instead of the stuff with efficiency, the stuff with the border, and all of that stuff, then no, he has to drop all this. But as long as these are side issues, these are side quests, and his main quests are still on point, then just get on it.
yeah.
You're talking about Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an interview. It definitely wasn't an interview when you look at it side by side.
Well, I mean,
it was basically a soap. It was like an act. It was like an act for a soap.
I think most people would be able to agree that the Kamala event was absolutely fabricated and pathetic. But when it comes to, the aspect of him suing them for it, at the same time, it's like he's being pathetic probably because people were being pathetic to him. So he's like, I can do that. It's not a good leadership aspect, in my opinion. But, at the same time, why? I don't care. Shit. I guess in the end of the day, it's my tax money. That's the problem.
I think it is a distraction. I think it provides others something else to focus on, that rather than the stuff he's doing that they should be focusing on.
Is it even pulling that much away from everything else?
It's
But that's
it's shooting himself in the foot. That's what it's doing. No one's making him do this. He'll gain nothing by it. It makes him feel good, I guess, but he's got more important fish to fry. And
That's it. That's what I mean. I mean, maybe. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the job of a president is mostly a steward. He's delegated all of this other stuff anyway. I mean, he's got. Hopefully, he's got good men in the right places, and they're going to do their job, and they're just going to report back to him. So he doesn't have to be micromanaging all these people. But again, if it starts to take his eye off the ball and if it starts to become a distraction, I don't see it as a distraction at the moment. But if it keeps going, because look, Kamala lost. She lost by a massive margin. She was crushed. You can't, I mean, there's that line from Conan the Barbarian, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, to have them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women. He literally did that to Kamala. You can't get any more crush your enemies and have them driven before you than he did. So just take the win and just brush her to one side. She's a footnote in history anyway. No one will remember her in 10 years. So
Well, this is a character flaw of his. He's not capable of doing that, in my opinion.
I think you're right. It is it is.
Why didn't he go against Hillary then in court the first time?
Oh, you can bet he was thinking how to do it. It's
Well, I'll tell you
interesting,
what.
in his first term, he was trying to be accepted.
Yeah.
And this term he's not trying.
Okay,
So
that's fair.
he's getting
But
more
but
done.
he still hasn't learned though. He like you said, over this crash business, starting to chirp out little ideas in his head. Keep them in your fucking head. Don't fucking start chirping them out. You know what I mean? There's just no need, and he still hasn't learned that. He's still chirping out shit where he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
I don't think he can learn that. I think it's ingrained in him. And I also think that there was not a lot of thought given into Vivek Ramaswamy leaving Doge. But I have a feeling that Vivek was trying to do things in a little bit more of a legal manner.
Right.
And that they were like, no, fuck this guy. He's trying to do it by the books and all legal and stuff. And Vivek was probably like, no, maybe you can't really do that without congressional approval. And they were saying, like, no, we're going to do it anyways. So you're not working out here. So, they gave him
Also, there's too many alpha male personality types in that little threesome. Vivek,
Too much sausage.
Elon, and Trump. There's too many.
Elon has a team, doesn't he? He relies on like a really tight sort of team that he lays lays a lot of trust into, and of course Vivek is not part of his team as such. I think the rest of the
That
people
as well.
are Elon's picks, isn't they?
I think
Yeah,
Vivek is like a bit more of a constitutional guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a whole host of. But I think these three personality types, everybody vying for attention. I think it was just too much. The ego does play a part in all of these. These people are exceedingly egotistical. You can't like brush that aside. I mean, what Elon did with the whole Nazi salute thing was just to take a little bit of shine off Donald's day. It's blatantly obvious.
I don't think it was a Nazi salute.
No, but he knew that is going to make the leftists lose their mind. Leftist brains will explode all over the place.
I don't think so.
It did. It just was exactly what happened. He was headlining for a week.
I think his intention was, first of all, he's kind of like an oddball. He's a little bit of like an autistic type person.
Well, he's on the spectrum.
I think he was kind of like slamming his hand to his heart and throwing it out to the people without even thinking. And also he had adrenaline, and he had people cheering for him. And if you notice, the crowd audibly got a little hushed when he did that.
Yeah, I bet.
I don't think he even thought about it at all. And I think that applying that aspect to him doing that, to me, I don't think that was his intention. Now, what it looked like was that it was, but I don't think it was internally in him.
I guarantee.
I gotta say, I have no idea what he meant, and you can't tell from the gesture, but it would definitely not be out of character for the same reason, his autistic side, for him to think that would be a funny troll.
Exactly.
That would be
I
intentional.
guarantee you there was even a meeting about it. How do we squeeze in a Nazi salute in this speech?
I don't think it means he's a Nazi. He just knows it would cause people to lose their minds, and he can't resist that.
Intentional. Both of you saying it was an intentional.
Oh,
I'm saying I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me.
If that's Elon trolling, that is the fucking biggest bold troll.
But your willingness to like back that if it is a troll is like a quick cope. To me, it's big boy signaling. It's like you're in the club and you're above the law and you can get away with whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, I mean, it is. He's got essentially FU money anyway, and FU status now. So yeah, you could say he could literally do that salute and still be fine. I
think it's innocent. Personally, I just think I don't.
But I mean, personally, I am offended by it if it was an intentional salute to Nazism and the Third Reich. I mean, they held my uncle prisoner for a good part of his life, like 7 weeks, man. He was a gunner in a B-17.
Were you offended with AOC and Barack and everyone else?
No, it's not that. It's not that it was an actual ode to the Nazism. It's the trolling of the very thing that they kept accusing him and Trump of. Right. So he is now. There's a movie you guys want to, if you ever get a chance to watch it, called A Leap of Faith. It's Steve Martin being some kind of tele-evangelist, and in that movie they had a game that they would play where they would try to put in words that he had to include in his sermon, in his speech, like weird words and abracadabra or whatever. That was a game they played. This is that type of thing. They sat and went, okay, they're calling us Nazis.
Meow.
We won. We crushed them. Now let's throw in something to make their brains explode. Boom.
Yeah, I don't see it as that, but I respect you guys' opinion if you think it is. I don't think it was. I think he was being ambiguous, and maybe his
autistic.
lack of realization was just apparent, and he just did it. And even AOC said recently he's giving Nazi salutes. Like, I don't think you give them that. I don't think he was doing that. And I just don't see it, man. I know the gesture looked like it. I just don't think he's a fucking Nazi, bro. So either like I think he wasn't a Nazi and it was a complete accident, or you're saying he's definitely not a Nazi and it was trolling. So we're kind of on the same
he's not
page.
a Nazi.
Right.
That's just
The bottom line is he's not a Nazi.
Yes, no, that's the baseline. I'm not.
why
We're not
he's
actually
doing it.
thinking he's a Nazi. No, that's
Baseline.
the baseline. Is he's not a Nazi, but was he trolling or did he just do it because he's awkward?
I think awkward.
Yeah, he could be trolling, but I think
There's no way to know. That's the best part. People showed videos of everybody and their brother making the same basic gesture at least once, not twice.
Yeah,
it looks about the same.
Of it, but then a screenshot will be taken.
I saw a picture from from Babylon B where they said Superman is now a Nazi because of the way he flies.
And then people are saying, "Oh, the angle, it's different." Come on,
Right,
it's 20 degrees instead of 25 degrees or something. That's the difference. So, I mean, I don't know. If it was a troll, it was genius. If it wasn't, then it was definitely an awkward thing to do.
Because if you look at the impression on his face, if you just and the responses that he gave afterwards, I'm telling you, the man is a prolific troll. He is a prolific troll.
You could hear him audibly say, "My heart goes out to
Oh
you."
yeah. It was all part of it. Obviously, he was going to make
words
it.
and actions are the same thing. And just because he said something a certain, if I had heard him talk on the radio and I hadn't seen his body language, I would have been like, cool, he said my heart goes out to you. But then he takes an awkward pause and then throws out a hail, and just because he said my heart goes out to you before that, I can't say that it's the same thing. I don't understand the disconnect.
I don't know if I saw an awkward pause. I saw my heart goes out to you, tapped heart, hand in the air.
Okay.
Awkward pause would imply over 3 or 4 seconds. What do you guys think is going to happen to Rudy Giuliani?
Themselves by watching it?
Sorry, guys, I might be out of the loop. What is happening to Rudy Giuliani?
I don't know. Eastwind, you might have to give us an explanation. Or jump on here, Eastwind, for a little late night Eastwind Farm education. Probably not going to happen. But
I'm down.
they asked DNC contenders' leadership if they believe misogyny and racism is why Kamala lost, and they said, not going to say the rest of that comment from Cup of Tea.
The Cup of Tea and Eastwind have been putting some blighters in the chat. That's some great comments.
That's why I'm always got an eye on the chat, because it's very entertaining.
Yeah, these two are funny.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
We should pay them. They're just so good.
Can we
We
get
would
the
if we
USC
got
ID?
paid. We don't get nothing. But we got good viewers tonight. This is great.
We'll pay them a fraction of what YouTube pays us.
There you go. That's a strong deal.
50% of nothing we'll get.
Might as well give them 150%.
No. Even theoretically, I want that.
Even theoretically, it hurts your feelings. Get out of here.
That's right.
He went from such a hero to a zero. He does
most
YouTube videos.
He's
now.
also with the Alex Jones crew, I think. He's still part of that crew.
I don't know.
Yeah, mostly he got disbarred for the election business. The voting machine claims.
Yeah.
But he's not in prison or anything. He's just kind of out of a job and spent a lot of money defending himself from, lawsuits from, I forget the name of the voting machine company, but
Dominion.
Dominion. And the other one, there was another one.
But that's what got
Smaller one.
Tucker kicked out of Fox as well. Tucker went after them, and Fox had to make a big payout, and then they had to
Yep.
get rid of Tucker.
Yeah.
That was the camel that broke the straw, the straw that broke the camel's back on Tucker's side as well. But the
Yep.
thing with Giuliani, it's same as with Bill O'Reilly. By the way, you guys, he's still around, right? He's still alive.
Yeah.
He's a YouTuber now as well, but nobody cares. That's because Bill O'Reilly had to get out of Fox because there were serious allegations of him, behaving badly with women.
Right.
At
Me
Fox.
too.
Yeah, he got me too.
Yeah.
But he's still around. He's just like a YouTuber now. That's where most of these guys end up. In some kind of YouTube channel.
Back
With
alleys of the internet.
yeah, because the thing is, these are boomers
we're
beyond boomers. So kids are on YouTube. I don't follow Bill O'Reilly on YouTube. You kidding me?
Exactly.
So
You're missing out.
nobody's following Bill O'Reilly on YouTube. These guys are well out of their depth now. They're
John,
they were on
John
the front
Lemon's got a
lines,
YouTube channel as
if-
well.
Who?
All the ones. John Lemon's got one.
yeah, Don Lemon. Now Chris
Like, I was
Cuomo
like, who?
was gonna have
Yeah.
one, but I think he managed to team up with some news agency, so he's kind of with some backwater news company.
And who's the guy who's CNN's White House spokesman, Jim Acosta?
Yep,
just got
he's
sacked.
gone. He's probably
Yeah,
going to be on
what was
YouTube
funny
soon.
with him, they give him the midnight slot. he went from the 8 a.m. slot, I think it was,
Yeah,
to the midnight. Well, I mean, that's a fucking.
Well,
You're on
it's-
easily resigned.
That's why he quit, because he's
Why
like,
did they do that?
He was the guy who was going toe to toe with Trump in the teens in the first presidency in
Yeah.
the press room.
So funny.
There were distinct
you
clashes.
know, they're gonna put YouTubers and online social media personalities on in the White House. They can apply
They're
for
already
a
doing it.
for a pass.
They're already in, mate. They're already in.
New media. That's
And
awesome.
Caitlin
They-
Collins was a big clasher with Trump, and she's now a mainstay on CNN.
She was the big liar about the Hunter Biden laptop being Russian disinformation. That was her claim to fame. She pushed that lie and got her promoted up the left leaning media chain.
And now she's like almost an anchor on there, man. It's crazy.
Yep.
There's another breaking out here by News Now. Democrats
There you go.
warn abolishing Department of Education could result in kids being too smart to vote for Democrats.
I don't think that's
Sorry,
legit.
that's Babylon B. That's my bad.
We may have to question the sources on that one.
What do you guys think about the Department of Education getting taken down now? Is that are you for or against? Any thoughts?
I'm for. Educational achievement has decreased over the life of the Department of Education.
And what do you think? Is there a burden then placed on something else? Is there a black hole created by the absolution by destroying the Department of Education?
Yes, there is, and that has to be. I get rid of the department, but like everything else, every individual program and expenditure has to be looked at and decided, what to keep and what not to keep.
Well,
I
I
don't
should hope so, Last Dance. What you just said in your statement was education is down, testing is down. Let's cancel the Department of Education. So if the two things are in a direct correlation with each other, you think that the
No, I
reason
would-
the tests are down is because of the Department of Education, or do you think that it's a waste of money, or are you saying that
I don't
removing
think-
the Department of Education is going to make test scores go up in some like bizarre universe? Obviously,
Bizarro universe. No, I don't think there's I don't think the Department of Education has made test scores go down. I think it hasn't helped. That's what my point is. And if it hasn't helped, and there was never a reason to have a Department of Education in the first place, we could probably do without it.
You just hate Jimmy Carter.
I'm not a fan of Jimmy Carter, but it's true. But one of the reasons I don't like him is because he created this Department of Education. Like we needed more.
What
federal
was it to do? What was its job?
Bureaucracy.
Its job.
Well, what
but,
was his mandate?
There used to be in Jimmy Carter's time, there was a department called the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. And he for some reason decided that the education needed to be its own department because, and this was the thinking, the liberal brain, because education is that important.
That's not a liberal thought.
The thinking that you make a federal department that'll somehow make things better, that is a liberal thought. That's a big government kind of point of view.
That part of it might be, but education is important, and education being important isn't a liberal thought. That is,
I didn't say education being important was a liberal thought. I'm saying that because you think education is important, you should have a federal Department of Education.
It should be federally controlled.
well, should it be?
Me personally, I believe that the state or the parent should have the ability to educate the children enough to be useful in society without being regulated. The state's
So-
already enough.
The Department of Education subsidizes between 7 and 8% of the school systems in the United States. So in wealthy neighborhoods like, let's say Hingham, Massachusetts, or like Westchester, New York, it's probably 0.3%. But in like Chicago or Compton, it's probably closer to the 7%. So why would it be bad for them to subsidize education in areas that have lower income that generate less taxes?
Do you need a Department of Education to give money to a state for schooling?
Well, it would even break down to a specific county because, like, Beverly Hills would not need it, but Compton, Englewood would.
I doubt it because I'm sure just like Chicago, LA schools are funded by a school district that takes money from all the taxpayers of that district. It's
Of
not going to
course.
be in Chicago that the poorest neighborhood schools don't get different funding than the richest neighborhood in Chicago.
No, not in the in Chicago proper. That's correct, but in the suburban neighborhoods that are in different counties, they certainly do. So that would be a reason to change it.
In my county, the county acts like the city of Chicago would. That is all the county. It's the county that's the taxing district, and everybody in the county pays their taxes, and all the schools in the county are treated identically, no matter how wealthy the families are that send students to those schools.
Right. No, I get that in that particular county, but there are counties that are going to have less money than others. Would you?
That's true, but so what's your point? You think that the federal
That
government
subsidizing those lower end counties to allow their students to have the equal opportunity to the counties that earn more is not a bad thing.
I'm afraid that the amount of subsidy and the amount of spending per pupil is not correlated well at all to educational achievement, at least in the United States.
Well, that's a different argument. Ethan Lip, what up, dog?
He doesn't want me to talk ill of him.
I'm doing my best not to think of any category that can go in that direction.
All I will say is that he's a voiceless eunuch. But other than that, I won't.
That's not bad.
Don't say anything bad.
Well said. Yeah, I mean, I understand there's issues with the Department of Education. It comes down to, again, I feel like this slash and burn of the sugarcane fields of all of our agencies might result in slashing and
Delicious
burning
sugar.
something that's beneficial to people. And I don't want that. I just want to make sure it's done in a regimented, in a categorized way, and not just a one fell sweep sort of thing. And I feel like the Department of Education is a very obvious candidate for this problem.
I mean, there are any number of things to be worried about. Whether Trump even has the authority to, there's a certain amount that he can do with the funds that he's given by Congress, but I don't know that he can not spend money that's been allocated. I think that might be kind of violating his Article 1 responsibilities. So
I'm pretty sure he already stated that he was going to move the money towards the states for them to then allocate.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty unprecedented, so I'm not sure how much all of this will be considered constitutional, but we definitely need to radically cut spending. We definitely need to radically do something to close the budget chasm.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no such thing as once the president says something or once the senator says something, it goes up on this list somewhere that's like public, and you get to see it go up the queue until it hits, they're actually going to do something.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, tell Doge to get on it. It seems to be a transparency thing.
We should have
big
screens up in Washington D.C. with the promise and then the status, kind of how it's going.
Yeah, big Trello. Let's make a federal organization that runs that Trello.
Yeah, it's a sad thing. There's just so much uncertainty here. I feel like they could communicate better.
Whom?
The Dozers. I mean, with people. Go ahead.
I don't want them to get distracted. I don't want them to get slowed down. I want them to keep going at a fever pace, because nothing less will get enough done.
You're in a slash and burn. You're a slash and burn, man.
Yeah, I am that.
But flagging them and knocking them out are two different things. My understanding is that Doge's purpose is to flag everything.
Yeah, that's whatever they do. Identifying these areas of suspicious spending is critical. It's up to the rest of the government to decide what to do about it.
And we have an unknown on when any of that's actually going to reach the forefront and actually be dealt with. A lot of noise is being made as they find all these things out, as they're blocked from trying to find things out. That's the noise. Access, is it against the Constitution to allow them to see Social Security numbers or whatever? I mean, in the end of the day, I don't care if they see that shit. If something's crooked, I'm more than happy for that information to come out. If
I do care. I've had my shit raided here, like identity stolen with bank accounts. So like, I don't want to think that my Social Security number is being tossed around by some fucking idiot named Big Balls or whatever. Like,
I got news for you. It's being tossed around by millions of idiots who don't even have enough creativity to think of a name like Big Balls.
I understand that. I'm not saying I think it's an infallible thing. I just think there should be some assuming of protection.
Oh, I agree. I mean, whatever's right. I mean, I wouldn't just say let some strangers, here's the keys to the kingdom.
Bingo.
Here you go, big balls. Do your worst.
They're saying that big balls basically or someone in that group is going to WikiLeak all this information or something is the fear. Because if not, they're basically opening up access for them to flag it.
The fact is that they are government employees. They are under the same regulations and rules as all the other government employees in the Department of USAID, Department of Education, and all the rest. They are under the same. So if you think that someone from the Deutsche Group is going to release your information, then you're in the same risk and position as every other government employee in those departments. These people are supposed to be professionals, and there'll be severe consequences if it's shown that they've leaked private information and broken, privacy laws. Same as everyone else.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there should be an assumption of protection and also an assumption of hiring, that we assume our president is hiring legitimate, competent employees or assigning the hiring. And I guess Elon Musk, did he hire these guys? How do I know? Do you guys know?
I would think that it would be either him or slightly under him that pulled these guys out for the job.
I mean, I don't know that he hired them. He might have picked them.
Well, is that semantical or what? I mean, it seems like
it's
they're one and the same.
No, hiring is an official act. Picking is not.
I can't hire my nose.
I think a lot of these guys actually worked for X already. Some, from what I understand, what I noticed, one of them was an engineer at X. Another one was working for SpaceX, and so on and so forth. I think these guys were already in the inner circle or working for Elon. Just like Jackie Chan, when he does a stunt, he has his crew, and he always goes with whichever movie he goes to. He has that crew who do the stunts with him. He trusts them. He knows their behavior. They kind of are in tune with each other. I presume this was a similar thing with Elon. But the thing is, you guys are saying, like you're saying, well, the president picked. Well, the president went with one of the world's probably one of the world's smartest people, if not a great marketer anyway, of being a smart guy. He's got multiple multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies, and he is revered, if you will, by a lot of people at the moment as being one of the smartest people on the planet. Now, whether that's entirely true, I'll be honest, I know Elon Musk blows a lot of smoke up his own butt, but he is as good a pick as all the other morons that all the other presidents have picked over the years. I don't see, if you can show me someone that would be better than him, have at it.
Yeah, good point.
Do you think the fact that he has contracts with the government for his spaceships for orbit and stuff creates a conflict?
Not in the slightest, unless he's reviewing those programs, which that would be a total conflict.
I would think that some of the money is going to cross-link with the NASA and all that.
So you think yes?
If he's auditing things like NASA, and NASA is what's funding SpaceX, I'm not entirely convinced those audits are going to be as as rigorous as maybe the USAID or FBI or whatever. So you might be right. You might be right. There may come a time.
I'm saying you have an argument there because if he's going to audit the space industry, it's naturally a conflict of interest, and
exactly.
And he's going to be ridiculed. If they don't ridicule him for that, they're ridiculing him for dumb shit. They might as well ridicule for something that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think if he's the auditor in chief, if you will, then there will be projects which will then he will have it. You know, not even SpaceX, Tesla, taxes, tax breaks, what do you call it? Building of all the infrastructure that electric cars need, the charging stations all around the United States. Would that create some sort of conflict of interest for Tesla?
US transportation. Yep. There's another
U.S.
one.
transportation,
But at the
exactly.
same
So if he's
time-
auditing that,
At the same time, I want to see that information and have transparency of the space industry and the transportation industry, because if there's fraudulent spending there, I at least want to know about it. You know, the ridicule on what they're going to do about it is something else.
precisely. I mean, if he's an honest broker, and we hope that he is, that Elon is a true believer and he actually wants to make everything efficient, then those audits should go through and transparency and everything should come out just like all the other departments. But only time can tell. In all honesty, in this situation, I mean, by the way, the United Kingdom, we're screwed. Okay, we are screwed. But in the United States, the best we can hope for is that these guys will be slightly better than the last lot.
What was the last lot? There was no last lot.
Exactly. I think you have to go back to possibly Clinton. No, I did see some stuff about Clinton and what was the vice president's name at the time with Clinton? Al Gore. They were running. Yeah, they ran some sort of they wanted to cut spending and efficiency kind of program in 1993. I saw a video clip of that. I think it was Mark Dice that put it up, and also Obama attempted another efficiency thing as well.
I think Hillary Clinton was also cleaning out servers.
I think Al Gore got stolen of an election.
Gore did a great job of cutting spending.
There you go. So
Where?
I don't know.
All over
He was
the
a
place?
vice president that actually did something, which was extremely rare.
Was it across the board, or was he going after something in particular?
It was pretty across the board. I mean, he certainly had, there were all the usual negotiations, but they did manage to get us some surpluses in those years. Budget surpluses during a couple of or 2 or 3 of the Clinton years.
Yeah. Clinton left office with a surplus. And then 9/11 happened and Iraq war and all of that, and then it all just died. By the way, I will challenge you, Last Dance, about Al Gore only being the only vice president who did something. I think what's his name? The vice president of George W. Bush,
Dick Cheney.
He did a few things. He definitely did a few things. Now, they were not necessarily good things.
Might have been evil, but yeah.
He may have been Satan, but he definitely did a few things.
He did shotgun his friend in the face while bird hunting. That was something.
He ran Halliburton into some sort of a shadow management.
Yeah, Halliburton and Bechtel share prices rose very well during Mr. Dick Cheney's era.
Yep.
I looked into Bechtel, sorry, not Halliburton. I looked into Bechtel for a research. I was working for some research company. The amount of corporations that Bechtel owns are unbelievable. Now, I don't know whether Vanguard or BlackRock and all these have consolidated all of those now, because this was like 15 years, 20 years ago. But it's unbelievable what they own. When people say pretty much every asset in the world is owned by like maybe a handful of people, I think they're kind of right. Because it's their tentacles reach out to everything. Companies that you wouldn't even think that they're connected to, soap and detergent, your shoes, ridiculous things.
You need the detergent to launder the money. Come on.
Boom, boom. But yeah, their tentacles go very far. They're into everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you guys feel like we're doing pretty good as a nation, though, despite the political roller coaster? or if it even is a roller coaster, the political landscape?
I mean, I think we are at the moment. It's what does the future look like?
The tariffs had me concerned for a day until they basically Canada and Mexico quickly changed their tune and they came to an agreement. And even China, we did a freeze on imports, postal imports from China, but now we're letting in 800 or less declarations. So basically, like Temu and eBay and stuff, I think are still flowing as easily as they were before. So I don't think
it's not clear how much the tariff business was. I think Canada agreed to do what they had already planned to do, so they really didn't cave much, although they agreed to look like they caved so that Trump could have a PR victory, but they were already planning on doing that stuff.
Mhm.
And it's pretty much the same with Mexico.
Hmm.
Now, Colombia, they caved.
so. I mean, China's still on the table, really. We're letting small
yeah.
commerce go through.
Yeah, China's still on the table.
I think, I mean, it feels pretty comfortable right now. I don't know what people are investing around me, but I don't hear much talk anymore about being worried about their investments.
No, not worried, but Last Dance, you ready to take over?
I can do it for a while. Unfortunately, I pooped myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, featuring Last Dance.
Careful, he'll poop himself.
Good night.
So
Are you really going? He is.
There's your answer.
All right.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure as always. It's the clock is about to knock on 4 a.m. So some of us do have to sleep.
Has been a pleasure, Banksy. It's always good to have you and
Take
talk
care,
to you.
guys. Have a
Good
good
to see you,
one.
man.
All right, take care.
Well, sure, you
Well-
awake, dude. There's an
If,
easy one.
if he's not, do you want to wake him up? Do you want that? It's
I don't
4
wanna
a.m.
take that
where he
from
is
him.
too.
I don't want to take it from him. He's peaceful. He's not stressed out about Trump or anyone attacking Trump, so we'll let him sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know what there's left that you'd like to talk about that you've been paying attention to.
I don't know. I don't know.
Beyonce winning the country award. I don't know if that really hurt your feelings or not.
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't pay attention to country awards.
People were upset that Beyonce won like an award for like best country song or something like that. I just think it's funny because I think most music that's current is pretty terrible. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. There's more things to debate than a music award.
I don't know who they thought should have won. Did they have a favorite?
I don't know. The only other name I even know is Carrie Underwood.
Carrie Underwood. Okay.
There's the tax priorities we didn't talk about. There's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for seniors, which I'm totally cool with. No tax on overtime. Renew the Trump tax cuts. Adjust the SALT cap. Don't know what that is. Ending tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. Closing the carried interest loophole.
Well, let's
The
just
last
go
bullet
through
point.
each one quickly.
All right. No tax on tips. Yay or
Definitely
nay?
tax tips.
Okay. What is your reasoning for?
It's just there's nothing magical about tips. It's just income like any other income. I mean, I wouldn't. It's very hard to. It's very hard because it's cash. It's hard for the IRS to prove that you made it. But if it's still mostly the honor system, it still should be taxed as income because that's what it is.
Is it more of a potential income for lower to middle class wage earners?
Yeah, I don't care. So you get charged. I mean, you get charged a very low rate, but it's still income. Why should
Okay.
someone gets paid, standing behind the counter at Chipotle, these are the same class of income earners as
Yeah, it sucks
someone
to
at
be
a
the
sit-down
dishwasher.
restaurant, and they
Yeah.
got to pay taxes because it all,
I'd say you have more of an argument there. If I'm the ugly dishwasher and I'm getting paid less than the hot waitress, then that kind of sucks.
Well, I mean, when you put it that way.
That's how I reach. It reaches my soul that way. I mean, I'm not against it. I don't really have an attachment to it. I don't think it's going to make or break the system. It'll just give people that are in that category. It gives it another advantage to attractive females. Also, I mean, they needed one.
Yeah, right.
But
to me,
no
that's
tax
just
on
the rich
Social
getting
Security,
richer.
and the rich get richer.
Well, you know, the rich, attractive females get richer.
Right. The no tax on Social Security for seniors. Yay or nay? I mean, is this a conflict of interest right here?
It is, because it will help me, but it's just income, so it should just be taxed like income. I don't realize why treat one bit of income different than another. That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's the whole purpose of it is that you put in when you're young to pull out when you're old, and then you have money to survive. So you've already done the tax game on the first half. Why are you also paying
taxed on the first half?
Huh?
It's pre-tax that you pay in, right? You don't pay tax on your Social Security withholdings.
Your Social Security is withheld. It is a tax.
It's also taxed? You don't get it.
Not so much that it is taxed. And in my mind, the money that's withheld and put into Social Security is a tax. It is taxed away from my earnings now. So for me to pay money on that in the future and pay tax on it, then you might get in your mind you're looking at it as a diverged tax or whatever, something in the future, deferred tax. But in my mind, I just see it differently. I see it as money that's there for me later, and the more the better. If they're going to give me some and then take it away, thank you.
I mean, I think he's back.
It's not a tax. It's not a tax, dude.
Oh, I hurt his feelings.
Definitely not a tax.
So you are against no tax on senior Social Security income for seniors?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, no, it's tax deferred. Like for example, a Roth account. A Roth is assumed you paid the taxes on it. A IRA, you get taxed. It's tax deferred, but you pay taxes on it on the withdrawal when you're retired.
But you don't pay taxes up front.
Correct. So yeah, that's the beneficial thing of an IRA. When it gets taken out of your paycheck, that's non-taxable income, and the rest of the paycheck gets taxed.
No, yeah, a regular IRA, yeah.
A regular IRA.
Yeah. I mean that. I think the money.
But it eventually gets taxed.
Yeah, but when the money is withheld, it's deducted from your income, and you're not taxed on it. But you're taxed on it when it comes back to you as a senior citizen.
Right.
No,
never forget that the government knew when the Roth IRA was invented that you would get to do it tax-free on both ends. And that's why they put such a humongous cap on it. So if you're not taking advantage of that, you're completely missing basically tax-deferred income.
What doesn't make sense to me though is if I pay tax on something now, it is potentially much less of a tax than it's going to be in 20 years. So if I get taxed on $10 now, that's less.
I think the thinking is just the opposite. That
in the
you'll
future,
be in a higher tax bracket. You'll be in your top earning capacity these days, and you'll be in a higher tax bracket. And when you retire, you will not be earning the income that you had when you were working. So you'll be in a lower.
If you're in the lower on both ends,
then it won't. It's kind of a wash.
And it's also a 2 to 4% difference. If you're in the middle income area, it's not a significant.
That's true.
You might be 30 to 32 or 30 to 34% difference. And what I said about the Roth is not completely accurate, but I don't want to get into that.
That's cool. I wouldn't understand anyway. Trust me.
The minutia of that is
no tax on overtime. Yay or nay?
Of course, you should tax overtime. What's so special about overtime?
It's going above and beyond.
It's anytime overtime is God's work. Can't tax God's work.
I mean,
Tax
I
overtime.
guess we can make
Stop
it
that.
religious.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with taxing overtime. I never expected to make tax-free income. I'm going to go to work tomorrow. It'll be overtime. I expect to get taxed. So is life, you know.
Okay, I'm not for or against. I don't really care on that one. I hear you. The renewed traps. That's a good one. Trump's tax cuts. I don't know what the old ones were, so I can't really relate to it. Is it a good or bad in your opinion to renew what was under his last cabinet?
Bad.
I say, you know, I don't know how much they're going to go up, so that's a consideration. But you know, we're drowning in debt. You cut and you make more income. Otherwise, the future, our grandchildren and great grandchildren are going to be stuck with the crap that we left them. So
Hold on. You just said you cut and you make more income. I
no,
think you misspoke. You don't cut and
No,
you
you-
make more income.
no, you do not cut. If the
Okay.
tax cuts expire, then you have to consider the economic impact of reimposing cuts. But in general, I think you have to let them expire.
He's right.
We need the income. We're
Bingo.
drowning in debt, and I don't want to use that additional income as an excuse not to cut the spending that would cut otherwise.
You're
And
speaking
this goes
as the
hand in
nation.
hand with Doge. Cutting waste and increasing revenue and taxes could be the magic 8 ball. You know, that's might be what we want. And now the rich guys who are making whatever billions per year are going to say, no, that's bullshit. But, you know,
Are you
I want
speaking?
our budget to be balanced and our debt to be reduced. It's obscenely high. And
You're
as
speaking as a nation.
we have excessive debt here. It stresses me out as a family, you know, like you guys have families. You guys know how that feels.
Yeah.
Well, we're all a fucking family because we're all Americans. So that stress you feel as a family transfers over to the country, in my opinion. So I apply the same parameters from one that I do to the other. And I want my debt to be low. It doesn't have to be zero, but having it be 7, 14, 28, 36, 4 times the budget of the country it's obscene, man.
So, I mean, you guys are speaking in favor of the nation, and that's fine. I can see that if we're going to actually clean up and have transparency on what our tax money is being spent on, then people that give tax would be much more comfortable with the whole point of it all.
Look who it is. Your brother in arms, Last Dance.
He's just making fun of me.
I know. Well, I mean, it's something.
We spoke
What?
just a little bit earlier about Smoke Wife. If NASA or the space industry is audited, that it would be a conflict of interest and would be complicated. So it will be definitely a spectacle when it comes around. They didn't do it first up, I'm sure, on purpose.
Oh, I know you've had the channel for a while. You've been here for a while.
He
So
doesn't
anyway.
forget a vegan. A vegan don't forget a vegan, right? That's
Right. Exactly.
something.
All right. What's next, RW?
Adjusting the salt cap? I would have to get an understanding of what that even means.
State and local taxes. That's what SALT means.
So what is the cap? As in to raise it?
So high tax states like New York and California, they want to allow their citizens to deduct some portion of the amount they pay for state and local taxes from the amount that they're going to pay for federal taxes.
It's ridiculous.
And what it does is it ends up the federal government ends up subsidizing tax and spend states like the one I'm in, and like New York and California, and it's insane. So, yes, state
So
and
adjusting the cap is so that they don't have to spend as much state tax, but in the end of the day, it'll go to federal tax, who then has to funnel the money back into the state anyway. Is that what you're saying?
well, I don't know what adjusting the cap is. I mean, I just know that high tax states, which are almost all run by Democrats, they're blue states. They want to have allow more state and local taxes to be deducted, and from your federal taxes. And red states that are mostly lower tax don't want to be subsidizing the blue states, and want to keep the cap lower. So
Okay.
the cap is how much you can deduct,
That you don't have to pay to anybody, or that you don't have to pay to the federal, you can pay to
you don't
the
have to
state.
pay to the federals. So if the
Okay.
cap is $2,000 and in your New York state and you paid $10,000 in state and local taxes, you're only going to get to deduct 2,000 of that. Whereas if you're living in Florida and your state and local taxes are $2,000 or local taxes because there's no state tax, you'll get to deduct all of it. So it's pitting high tax states against low tax states. But
So
like
some
all
benefit
these things, we don't have any money, so get rid of these deductions.
Okay. The next one is ending tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. So you guys, yay or nay?
Well, is the tax break based on their income or their ownership?
It's ownership based. It's gifts that state and local governments give to sports owners for their return for them
Being
having
there?
a team being there. Yeah.
So
Interesting.
Boston, say, gives a break to the Celtics for
And it might-
bringing 35,000 people to the Garden every other night or whatever, and adding commerce to the city. Is that the concept?
That's the concept. Yes.
So closing
it seems
that
like
is
they're
bad?
losing a lot of money there.
I would say it's insignificant and not worth considering.
I mean, so it's a
There's
kickback, right? And you're saying
Yeah.
that it doesn't really
It's-
matter if we kick
I
back
mean,
on it.
it's a negotiation which pits owners pit cities against each other, and the highest bidder gets the team. And the way the cities bid, or the counties, or whatever the taxing authority is they make concessions, including taxes and various deals that let the owner concessions, and the city agrees to pay rent for there are all kinds of concessions that owners will get state and local entities to make, and the best one is where they end up putting their team.
Interesting.
So
Well, let's
the
say
money.
for the average Celtics game, there's 35,000 that go in, and then you have 1,000. Let's say $100 a ticket. You start to do the math, and you start to break that down. 6.25% or 6.5% sales tax. 80 games in the season per year. 40 are going to be at Boston. So you're talking $10 to $20 million of lost revenue, at least.
yeah, but then you have to figure that a lot of these people live in the city, so they'll
Who,
just
the
spend
ballers?
no, the people attending the games,
Yeah,
paying taxes on the tickets.
they should fucking pay taxes.
Well,
They're all
so
a
I'm
bunch of
saying
rich fucking millennial pricks that fucking don't do anything.
boy,
And they
you-
complain about having to go back to the office after fucking 4 years of COVID. They're all a bunch of bitches, bro.
I can't
Tell
add
you.
anything to that.
Tell them how you
Gee,
really feel, Steve.
they negotiated into contracts now, man. I don't have to go to the office 3 days a week. It's in a contract. A lot of contracts now for a lot of like IT guys and engineers. They make the companies buy them like high tech fucking shit to stay at home and go in on like Monday and Thursday. Because, of course,
Well,
no
it's a
one-
negotiation. I mean, they don't make the company. The company agrees to do it.
yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, bro. It's just the world changed, man.
Well, if the job market is such that you can, demand those concessions and you get them, good for you. But the job market may change in 2 or 3 years, and you'll be back in the office
Back
with
to paying rent.
yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about the carried interest loophole, Steve?
What is it?
That's a good question.
What'd you call it?
What do you feel about closing the carried interest loophole? Does that
I don't know what that is.
That
ahead,
might
Lachlan.
be, I could be wrong, but if you if you if you had a certain amount of interest deductions that you could have made, but there's a cap, like say you can only deduct $10,000 of mortgage interest or something that you pay. You
Yeah.
might be able to carry the amount that you couldn't deduct over to the next year and add it on. And then eventually, once the mortgage is paid off, the stuff will be carried over forever. And then you could actually start to get the benefit of it because it'll all be carried interest that you're deducting after the mortgage is paid off.
And carried is pretend gone interest.
It means if there's a cap on the amount of like mortgage interest, I haven't paid. My house has been paid off for a while, so I don't know what's been happening
Congratulations.
there. Yeah, but I know they're. That's what I think carried interest is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you against it or for it?
Well, it's another thing that means the government gets less tax revenue. So, and it's as usual, it's carried interest tends to be used by higher income earners, and everybody's like, well, fuck them. So,
Yeah.
Right.
of course, right?
Fuck those people that aren't me.
Exactly. So,
And of course, the way house mortgages work is the interest is much higher at the beginning and it
Right.
slowly declines as you get closer to the payoff date.
right.
When we started paying here, it was over $1,000 a month in interest. It fucking hurts, dude. That's like the bank is doing the happy dance. And then
Yeah.
as you go through that shit, it comes down and you're paying, less and less. But god damn, that's how, banks, they give you a checking account, blah, 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 banking account, all these dumb things. Mortgages, bro.
Oh,
They
they're making bank.
billions, hundreds of billions on mortgages. And mine was a little house. Imagine a fucking commercial, even just a strip mall.
Yeah.
The earning on interest alone is insane, dude.
Yeah.
Loaning, they made Loan Shark illegal, but banking is still legal. Like, what the fuck is the difference? It's so similar.
So renting being much more popular amongst my generation and younger must be putting a hurt on mortgaging, or it's just that the owners of those multiple homes have the mortgages. All the mortgages are under one person now, or less people. Am I making any sense? Like there's
Yeah.
seems
Well,
like-
here's what the formula for that is. You put down as much of a down payment RW that you can, and then the renters pay off the rest of the mortgage, and you maintain and scrape by for as much as you can. And once you're paid off, all that rent is what they call gravy.
Right.
And you
I have
are
family that's
fucking,
doing it, and they're very successful. And I
yeah.
just have
Once
like
they're
a
paid off,
nervous
bro.
sweat,
Oh,
for if the economy tanks or anything like that, because you spread super thin like that, and you take a big gamble for a big payoff. You better hope that the economy is going to run smooth that whole period of time.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I think.
Yeah, I hear you guys are getting a foot up there of snow.
Oh, I thought maybe she was saying that the cocaine was prepared.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's coming down. I was out there peeing in the driveway a few
No
minutes
worse
ago.
than beer.
It's coming down.
Whiskey.
Whiskey.
What do you got? What do you got there, Last Dance?
It's the same McAllen's. I'm almost
look-
done with it. It's kind of, almost gone.
You're not going to re-up for the next pub. Next pub, you're going to be like showing me like an ounce in the bottom of that thing.
Well, this is I'm done drinking, so that'll be good for the next pub. I would say
Right.
2 more pubs and I'll have a new bottle of something.
Dude, next pub. And by the way, I saw a whiskey. I watch a lot of whiskey videos.
I believe
That
you.
one comes through on a lot of videos as a stop by. Like it's not that good anymore. It's old school.
Well, I'm not repeating buying anything. I'm just trying
Do you
to
have
buy a
any
new one.
like big trendy liquor stores that have like whiskey rooms that you can go and
No, not that I know of. I mean, I'm going to go back to Total Wine
oh
because
yeah, Total Wine, they got that.
they have a huge selection. So I'll just go back there for all my stuff.
That's a brick and mortar.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Do you go to the Whiskey Man and get him and have him show you everything?
Nah,
Come on,
I don't
go to
Open
the
up this
Whiskey Man.
cabinet.
I'm not going
Yes,
to
this
spend that
cabinet
much
here.
time like some foo-foo douchebag.
Yeah, do it. Record it too.
Yeah, let me see what the nose is on this or whatever you do.
Yeah,
Made my
see
nose
what the
hairs
fucking
curl. I want
nose
it.
is, man. I want to know what the
Understand
nose
this isn't as
is.
bad as cocaine.
Yeah, it sounds delicious. I'm a vegan says whiskey is vegan. Come on, get some video.
I
Get
wouldn't
one of
mind.
these.
I wouldn't mind having side by side whiskey to compare the tastes of two.
Oh,
It's hard. It's hard to remember what one thing tasted like when you're on to the next bottle. What?
Of course it is. It's very hard to remember. We use it. All right. So what's going on? You going to steer the ship here while I head off into the ether?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably not going to stay on too much longer. I just thought we'd go through RW's list and give it a quick once over.
Quick
what else we
spritz.
got, our dubs?
I mean, we haven't talked about the Super Bowl at all. I'm not going to be invested in it much or watching, but I figure you guys are going to be paying attention, picking a team.
I'll be watching. I'll be rooting for the Eagles, even though I'm not an Eagles fan.
Philadelphia needs support.
Kansas City, they've had their success. They seem to be getting all the calls. I'm tired of Patrick Mahomes being treated as a fragile Chinese vase.
So I saw a bet earlier. It may have changed by now. It was like bet 50 on Jalen Hurts scoring a touchdown to win about 180. I thought that was a no-brainer. Yes.
Of course,
Last
he'll score a
dance.
touchdown.
That's what I mean. And then I looked into it a little. He's had a touchdown in like 9 out of the last 11 games. I'm not getting that number right, so don't quote me, but a preponderance of his touchdowns have come in his last games, like a high amount. So
Yeah, I mean they got the tush push. They're so good at it. Once they get to the 5-yard line, he just pushes his way in
Right.
on 2 or 3 plays. It's almost a given.
exactly. And I saw that and a couple more that had amounted to a $500 profit on basically a short investment. And Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder though, but people put these things out there on social media, but you have to remember the reason they have sports gambling is because you will lose
Exactly.
somehow, right?
They-
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
They
algorithm.
have the stats that say you're going to lose.
exactly.
But I don't
Do you,
gamble.
are you
Never,
guys?
you made a point of that. It's too tempting for you.
It was a bad thing for my family, and I won't touch it because I don't want to find out that I'm a gambling addict. Once you find out, it's too late. It's
Yeah,
the kind of thing you just it's not
usually
something,
someone else tells you.
right?
You don't figure it out for yourself.
You'd rather
Um,
just drink really high end scotch.
Not too much though.
Right. Oh man. It's like you're Catholic. You have to add that in because you'd be guilty otherwise.
Be guilty. Yep.
Maybe it's the Jew.
Jewish guilt is probably as bad or almost as bad as Catholic guilt.
Oh, that's great. You have the little halo.
it's older.
above
It's
your
more
head, too.
refined.
What's that, our dubs?
It's more refined because it's a bit older. That's all.
Right.
Ah, yes.
But that's not fair, you see. Do you guys have any thoughts on the Ukraine war situation right now? I haven't paid much attention to the front.
I haven't heard much about it, but I bet that Zelensky is getting desperate.
Yeah, I think his financing has already been pulled, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah.
So it's just a matter of I get it's like a waiting game sort of, because we're not pushing in any direction there besides not paying them. But if we're simply just not paying them, I would think that that's going to in itself play itself out.
Well, I haven't heard anything about negotiations, so that's disappointing.
Yeah, it's been quiet. I've heard more on the Jewish front for negotiations than on the Ukrainian front.
Right.
I think
I mean, Israeli, sorry.
That's
Trump
okay.
might be going in the right direction with this one. It's interesting. But there has been some positive moves for Zelensky.
Oh, really? Like
Yeah.
the battlefront military moves?
Yes. Yes. They're doing all right.
Good.
How so? Like they're pushing Russia out? They're what?
Yeah, like Russia, it's gotten odd. Russia seems to be sending more infantry style, which
Well, they got these North Koreans that they can just treat them like
Fodder.
fodder and just throw them.
well, this is the easy answer for Ukraine is that they're using things like razor wire combined with like small drones, little bits of explosives with a little cap of whatever fucking spikes or miniature nails or whatever.
Yeah,
Nothing too big.
Some kind of shrapnel to take them out of the game.
Exactly. So
You don't even have to kill them; you just have to wound them, and they're
right. Wounding is better.
Yeah,
In a sense of war,
takes more resources to tend to a wounded person.
incapacitated soldier is harder to remove and more of an emergency to remove from the battlefield than a dead one.
Right.
Dead one you can leave till after.
Right.
A living one you have to get out.
Yep.
So it's
Do you think they have the same mindset over there for their fodder troops?
Well, I think the North Korean troops will pick up their wounded comrades, even if the Russians wouldn't
Okay.
bother.
Okay. It's having a disposable soldier mindset. I mean, I feel like they had the same mindset in World War II. Just throw people at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it sucks. I don't know. I feel like it's quiet, and I'm curious to see if there's going to be a political resolution, or it's just going to play itself out because we've chosen to stop paying.
I feel like RW in modern times, most of these disposable soldiers are of the, how you might say, less than upstanding citizens and soldiers.
Like a merc?
You like prison
Yeah,
You know,
like
prisoners that have been allowed out to soldier and so forth.
conscripts, that sort of thing.
Conscripts, North Koreans,
Yeah.
people
Now,
whose
back in
lives.
World War II, the sad thing is that the leadership didn't really give a shit, even if they were just good American boys.
Right.
They were
Right.
fucking killing them because their tactics were fucking terrible. And
Right.
if you think storming to beaches on Omaha Beach into M42 machine guns was a solid plan, you're fucking crazy. I don't care if you're a 4-star or 5-star general. That was the stupidest plan I have ever seen.
It
Unless
looked
your
like a
plan was to
disaster.
get them to use up ammunition.
If you've ever seen the show Everybody Loves Raymond, in episode 5, 6, they end up going to their church to get answers. The priest was a survivor from Omaha Beach. He's a great actor, absolutely brilliant. And he fucking was the only guy who survived on the Higgins boat that he came off of. All the rest of them were wiped out by machine gun fire. The guy turned out to be a hilarious comedian, extremely dry sense of humor. And the horrors that he would have seen were almost inconceivable. That those were like decided acceptable, unreal.
Think about the plan. They couldn't even get out on the beach. They had to get out in the water and move slowly, like they're just sitting ducks for 20 minutes.
Have you been there?
No, but I've seen the films, and it's amazing anybody survived. I mean, that's how bad it is. And then when they get there, they're getting on a beach that's completely there's no cover.
Besides the large jacks for the tanks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to believe there was a plan. Like, what was the plan?
It seemed insane.
Just like
weren't they meant to pepper the beach?
That the succeeding waves can hide under the bodies of the previous waves?
That's probably what they did. But weren't they meant to pepper the beach with Navy mortar?
Yeah, they did all that, but it didn't work. And they knew it didn't work too, because they did have, aerial reconnaissance to know what was going on. What they should have done was had air cover during the landing. Close air support.
I mean,
that would have helped.
Why wouldn't military minds have? I mean, they must have thought of that. It must have come down to an efficiency thing. It must have literally been, it's easier to kill a bunch of people and push than it is to do this.
I honestly don't know. This was late in the war, so they knew how to do close air support.
It's disturbing.
I don't know what the deal was.
There are guys who shot those MG42 machine guns, German soldiers, who were getting PTSD as it was happening from shooting and killing so many Americans.
Just massacring people like that, yeah.
Massacring people and having to turn the guns over to like guys were killing 500 to 800 people in a few minutes. It was really disturbing. And the Germans, I don't even think they understood what the hell the Americans were thinking. They were like, what the fuck are they doing?
Right.
Didn't make any sense. It's the dumbest fucking plan I've ever seen, man.
What do you think of video games based off of that?
I have no problem with that.
Interesting. I feel like
it's history, man. It's 80 plus years at this point. 25 to 45, or earlier. The war ended in 45, so we're at 25 now. That's 80 years, so it's 80 plus years, no matter how you look at it.
June 6th, 1944. So it's 80 and a half years.
There you go.
I think that glorifying all those lives lost as entertainment in video games is a bit fucked up. There's more attached to it than that, but I just think it's a very casual thing that Americans and the rest of the world does, is to take a horrific event and then turn it into a digital format and then make money off of it and be entertained by it.
What do you think about like a Vietnam game? No bueno?
Same difference. Same difference.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I guess I would take the opinion of the guys who fought there.
I have a friend that came back from Iraq, and that's his favorite thing to do is play those games. It's like
There
he
you
never
go.
came out.
Right.
He's in.
I think
And
he wants to
plays
know
the
the name of the actor from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Which one?
The
The one you were
comedian
talking
pastor.
about, the priest that survived D-Day.
Yeah, let me look that up. I can figure that out in about 2 seconds. I can't remember him.
That's all I basically have then for my list. I know you guys are tired.
Yeah. Although it's, I enjoyed it.
It's a
always
good
good.
one.
It's always good to have Banksy. He's got a lot of interesting knowledge.
His name is Charles Durning.
Oh, I know Charles Durning. He's no longer with us, I don't think.
That is correct. He died in 2012. Pretty good actor.
Yeah.
I'll have to check him out on YouTube.
Combat Infantry Badge, Expert Badge, Honorable Service, Lapel Button. Yeah, Silver Star, Bronze Star, Purple Heart.
Oh. He was the real deal.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. You know what it comes down to when you see people with military accolades and heroic actions? What I always think of is I compare myself to them. Would I be able to do that? And I always wonder, and that's
I don't know. I bet nobody knows until they're there.
That's how I judge myself to them. When my uncle died, he was a POW held by the Nazis. I broke down thinking like I could never fucking do that. I'd be like less of a man, That's what it's almost like what you hold yourself up against as a man and wonder if you can do it. That's why I revere these men, why I held them to a higher esteem than me. They went through it.
What was the action that you didn't know until you were in their shoes, and that's in that moment, taking a life? Or
yeah, I mean, just being a prisoner.
Oh, being a POW?
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Exactly. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'd be fine. Maybe I'd be fucking hanging out, not care, but something you never know until I guess you have to go through it to judge yourself against other men,
I don't understand what that is. So in a POW scenario, there's no choice about it. You're just a POW.
I guess so.
For me, it's like, do you take a life or not as a soldier? My mindset is to help people and heal them. So to take their life, I can't be for it. I mean, if it's someone's, personally attacking my family and I have to make a decision, that's one thing. But if I'm a soldier doing it for my country, that's a different thing.
I see. So if you were manning you're a big guy, right?
I'm 6'2".
How much? Weight?
Too much. No, 210, 220.
All right. So let's say you had a SAW, the squad automatic weapon, shoots at a high volume. People are coming to attack your squad. Are you going to open up on that thing and just lay dudes down, cut people in half?
If I was already a soldier on that gun in that position, I've already made the decision, and the answer is yes.
Damn right. Damn right, dude. So
But when it comes
everything
to
you're saying makes
PTSD
sense.
afterwards, whew,
Yes, you protect your family, you protect your squad. You're American. It's what we do.
when it comes to a soldier,
American.
when it comes to a soldier taking a life,
Thanks,
how
Lee
many of them
Greenwood.
believe in what the war is about? Are they just getting a paycheck? Do they believe that they're doing the right thing for their country for whatever the political event is that they're there for? I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm gonna take off, guys. Thanks for doing the pub, Smokesteve. Looks like you made it all the way.
Well
Have a
done.
great
Well,
week.
you had a hiccup there, but we're glad you came back.
Great talking to you as always, RW.
Yeah, man.
Take
I'll
it
back
easy.
out. I look forward to the outro, man.
And,
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Cup of Tea, Grammaticus, Eastwind, and so on for giving me laughs the whole time. Take it easy.
Yes, thank them. Thank them. All right. All right. Well, hey, let's go look for Scum TV. He might be on. If he's not, he'll be on soon. I have a cold, so I sound like a fucking dragon right now. I apologize. I love you all. I love y'all. Let's do a quick run through. Johnny Grammaticals, Cup of Tea, Eastwind Farms. Smokesteve sounds like crap. Hey, it's wife. Love you, wife. Everybody, you've been so wonderful tonight. And let's party down some more. Go find go find Cup of Tea. Yeah. My eyes circled on that. Yeah, let's go find Scum TV. I'll keep chatting. Hey, you love my wife too. That's nice. She's wonderful. Peace and love. Thank you for being here, everybody. Good night.